Testing for captions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3.
administration team here.
Thanks for giving us the agenda.
You're welcome.
That one is for, that's the one, there is, public comments line that they can use this to respond.
Make sure they keep that off. Testing, testing. Testing, okay. You ready?
Right as well. Okay. Okay.
How was your day?
Okay. Yeah, so we'll let Sean deal with that. Yes, good. To readjust. Right. Do you like cheese? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Good morning. Welcome to our annual Salton Sea Workshop, where we will be receiving an update on the status of Phase 1 of the Salton Sea Management Program. My name is Doreen Diadamo. I'm Vice Chair of the Water Board, and our Chair, Joaquin Esquivel, is feeling a bit under the weather today, so I'll be chairing the meeting. Today is Wednesday, May 20th, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff. With me today are my fellow colleagues, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. And our board executive staff, Executive Director Eric Oppenheimer, David Rose with the Office of Chief Counsel, Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director, and Karen Mogus. And clerk to the board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. This workshop is being held in person at the Cal EPA headquarters building in Sacramento, and we will be conducting today's board meeting in a physical meeting location and an option for the public to participate from a remote location. For people who only want to listen or watch the meeting, the board's customary webcast is available. Remote attendees can participate via Zoom if they would like to provide comment or watch the webcast online. If you may be interested in providing oral comments, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID and password you received from the clerk. Also, at the front of the meeting room by the clerk, there is a computer to sign in to make a public comment, or QR codes located at the side and back of the room. If you've not already received a password, you can email the clerk now at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will email you a link to sign up on the virtual speaker card list. This workshop is being recorded and will be available on our Salton Sea website at waterboards.ca.gov, Salton Sea, for those who cannot be here with us today. For those on the Zoom platform, you will be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera, if you have one. When you're done speaking and board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera turned off. We're providing live interpretation available in Spanish for this item. For those watching the workshop online but not planning to comment, the English live stream is available on YouTube, and both English and Spanish streams can be found on video.calepa.ca.gov, as shown on this slide. If you're joining us via Zoom and would like to listen in Spanish, click the interpretation globe button in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. Choose Spanish and mute original audio. There is one set of slides which include both English and Spanish. If you're joining us in person here at the Cal EPA building, we have headsets available from the interpreter station with Spanish interpretation. If you need a headset, please raise your hand and we will bring one to you. We ask that all participants in the workshop speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow the interpreters to accurately capture your remarks. This applies to both English and Spanish speakers. I will now pause so that the interpreters may share these instructions in Spanish on the main channel before moving to the Spanish audio channel.
Buenos días. Hay interpretación en directo en español. Para escuchar audio en español, en Zoom, haga clic en el botón del globo Interpretation, interpretación, de la barra de herramientas para cambiar de canal de audio. El audio en inglés estará en Original Audio, audio original. Ahí tienen el enlace en la pantalla para unirse a Zoom, bit.ly, diagonal speaker, raya card, raya form. En persona, por favor, levante la mano si necesita auriculares o si tiene problemas técnicos. Auriculares para escuchar en español en la sala. ¿Se da el caso este? ¿Hay alguna persona aquí reunida que necesite español en la sala? Parece que no. No veo ninguna mano alzada. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. This workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated April 6th, 2026. As this is a workshop, the board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. However, board members may ask clarifying questions of the speakers. After receiving updates and comments at this workshop, the board may provide direction to staff regarding future tasks or actions. The purpose of today's workshop is for the board to receive oral comments on the status of the Salton Sea Management Program, including a report from the California Natural Resources Agency on their progress implementing the program during 2025. The due date for submittal of written comments was 12 p.m. on May 11th. Today's workshop will include multiple presentations and speakers, beginning with opening remarks from Wade Crowfoot, Secretary for the California Natural Resources Agency. We will then open it up for any tribal or elected officials or their designated representatives who may be in attendance today to speak. Following those comments, we will hear presentations from State Water Board staff and then the Salton Sea program team. Following those presentations, we will move into a public comment period and then an afternoon break. The time estimated on the day of agenda may be shortened if needed to keep us on track, or we may move along more rapidly than originally planned. So just be ready for your panel to be called up here. When we return from the break, we will move into panels portion of the workshop, beginning with a panel titled Lessons Learned in 2025. Planning Beyond the 10-Year Phase Ending in 2028, followed by a panel titled Reflections from Community Members on the Salton Sea Management Plan Efforts in 2025. After the panels are finished, there will be another public comment period to close out today's workshop. There are two opportunities to provide public comment today, one before lunch at approximately 11:30 and one immediately following the second panel. Those wishing to provide oral comments in person or on Zoom must fill out the online speaker card form if they haven't done so already, available at the link on this slide. Comments can be provided in English or Spanish and will be interpreted by our live interpretation team. Speakers will be called upon in the order that the online speaker card was received. When called up to comment, please speak into the microphone and state your name and the organization you represent, if any, before starting your comments. In order to ensure that all participants have an opportunity to speak, commenters will be limited to 3 minutes each. With that, let's move forward into the workshop, starting with hearing from Secretary Wade Crowfoot.
Thank you so much. I just want to
Good morning.
confirm that good morning. How are you?
We're
Sorry,
waiting to see if we could.
just want to confirm that you can see my video and hear my audio.
Well, we can hear you, but your PowerPoint. Yes.
Okay. And I should be coming on screen.
Yes, you are. You are.
Excellent.
I had you blocked. Sorry about that, Secretary. Good morning.
No worries. Well, it's great to be with you, and I wish I could be there in person. I am coming to you virtually from the small town of Pescadero, California, at the intersection. I'm actually out in the field visiting a number of projects today, but I wanted to pipe in, first of all, to thank the Water Board for your oversight over these many years and your engagement and partnership. As you know, the Natural Resources Agency is under a stipulated order to continue to stabilize and restore the Salton Sea. And that is very much of a shared project. Critically important that we get this done. And I'm really proud that each year we're able to come provide this annual report and mark pretty incredible progress, I think. That is thanks to the community-based organizations that have been driving us to get things done at the sea for so long, and many, many partners, including tribal governments and Imperial Irrigation District, our local water agency, as well as federal partners, the Army Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Land Management, and of course, our state officials and local officials. It really is a big, broad partnership to make progress at the sea. So once again this year, you'll hear from my colleague Joe Shea, who's our remarkable Assistant Secretary on the Salton Sea program, leading that, and his team. We have made great progress. Chair Esquivel and I and many others were actually able to turn the littoral nozzle to get water onto the largest restoration project of its kind in America, which is a species conservation habitat that is now inundating thousands of acres at the southern end of the sea. Critically important to suppress dust, given the emissivity of that area, and protect air quality for communities and restore habitat. It's been pretty remarkable, as Joe may share. It turns out if you build it, they will come. We have hosted or now welcomed birds that we didn't think actually would take up residence there. And so it's just an incredible biodiversity hotspot, given the restoration. And most importantly, it's doing that suppression of dust that's so important. Continued investments from the state, $140 million, thanks to our governor and our legislature, actually continuing to move into the sea. So species conservation habitat is certainly the largest project, but other projects are moving forward, and you'll hear more from Joe and team about that. Both projects that inundate parts of the sea with water, and that also suppress dust by restoring native vegetation over large portions of the playa. So really exciting about that. Big thanks to the Army Corps of Engineers. We're really proud to talk about our progress with their long-range planning process and their feasibility study. The Army Corps is a critical partner in the long-term trajectory and health of the sea. And in order to be a potential funding partner in the future, they've needed to advance this highly complex and important in-depth feasibility study of different alternatives and options at the sea. And we've been right alongside with them for that. So I'm excited to talk more about that, because even as we race down the field to get more of the restoration on the playa, of course, as we need to under the stipulated order, we're also planning for the long-term health and viability of the sea. And that's been an important partnership with the Army Corps and so many others. And then lastly, I was really proud that Governor Newsom shared publicly the formation and the seeding of our Salton Sea Conservancy, the first state conservancy in over a decade and a half. And Joe Shea presided at that first meeting, which, gosh, has happened in the last few weeks. And we have wonderful representation from the community, from scientific organizations, from conservation partners, from local elected officials. And that conservancy is really focused on ensuring the operations and maintenance of these projects that we put in place. It is not going to be mission accomplished. It'll never be a mission accomplished project at the sea. Yes, we're restoring we're getting projects in the ground, but then those projects need to continue to operate and benefit communities and the environment. And the Salton Sea Conservancy is going to ensure that we can do that. So that just highlights on our progress. Huge thanks to our partners. And then a big shout out to the Salton Sea Management Program team at our agency. Incredibly hardworking folks getting it done on the ground. So I will turn it back to you all, Chair Esquivel, and just thank you once again for your commitment as a son of the sea from the Coachella Valley. I know how important it is to you to maintain progress, and huge thanks for holding us accountable for getting that progress, making that progress always. Appreciate it.
Well, Secretary Crowfoot, thank you so much for your opening comments here today. we just really appreciate your leadership, and I just want to take this moment to acknowledge that my observation of your leadership is that you've never let up. So many years back, where we really were at a pivotal moment, you stepped up representing the administration, and then, you know, things started to fall into place, and you did not step back. So thank you for your leadership, for all that you've done here in Sacramento, but also the many, many times that you've been at the Salton Sea with communities there and with the various parties that have been so interested in moving this forward. And as you said, we're not ever going to be able to say mission completely accomplished, but it's been really exciting under this administration's leadership to see progress in the area. So thank you.
I do want to say, board
go ahead,
member,
go ahead.
if I could, I want to recognize also Governor Newsom. He visited the sea, was I think one of the first governors or governors-elect to actually get to the sea. And many times over the years, he has provided media clips when he's understanding both criticisms of a lack of progress and the progress that we're making. So he has been a really, really important source of our urgency driving forward. Just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Any questions of Secretary? All right. Thank you again. Have a good day as you move on in Pescadero.
Big thanks for your attention to all this today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, next we have an opportunity to hear from any elected officials or tribal officials or their designated representatives. Do we have anyone that signed up or anyone here today that hasn't signed up that would like to speak? Okay, all right.
Oh, Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Tina Shields
Yes.
is here from Imperial Irrigation District, and she has to catch a flight. So is it possible for her
Yes.
to come up and speak? Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Shields. Okay, so normally under public comment, but I understand, Ms. Shields, you need to catch a flight, so we would like to hear from you at this time.
I appreciate that. Tina Shields, Water Manager in Imperial Irrigation District, here also with Jamie Asbury, our General Manager. Mostly, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank this board as well as the Salton Sea management team. We've seen a lot of progress, not only in the on-the-ground projects, but in our coordination and collaboration efforts. And IID has a long track record of either advocating or agitating for the Salton Sea, but I thought it only fair to also come and brag on where we are now versus where we have been over the last, I guess we're closing in on 24 years of the QSA, and the Salton Sea team is probably getting close to a decade of involvement. We have a lot of challenges at the sea. We also similarly now are facing challenges on the Colorado River, which has a direct impact eventually because the vast majority of the flows that end up in the Salton Sea are the agricultural return flows from our community. So we've been very busy trying to solve that challenge, and I don't think Mother Nature is helping us. It's not getting any easier, and I think we've got some tough years ahead. I sent a comment letter talking a little bit about some of the coordination efforts. IID has been involved with the state. We've seen a lot of progress on fast tracking of our easements, encroachment permits, land access agreements. We have a little new style worked out with the state folks where they prioritize their projects and we go down the list in the order that makes the most sense. But we've seen great collaboration. It's really nice to see water at the ponds and the birds coming back and the progress we've seen there. Certainly, we have a lot of other challenges forthcoming. We look forward to continuing to work with you. We appreciate your accountability. We've got some large playa exposures coming in the next 5 or 6 years as we hit some of that topography that's shallower ground. So the inflow reductions make more significant acreage differences, but we're going to do our best to work with the state and try to knock down these projects and push forward whatever projects we can that make the most sense and target those playa lands. That's the majority of IID's efforts have been in the planning phase with our air emissions estimates and identifying which of those lands. We continue to see that if you just really target about 20 to 25% of the most highly emissive potential types of soils that you could knock down 75 or 80% of the emissions potential. And so that prioritization is super effective in making sure that the available funding is used in a way that makes sense and creates the most benefits to the lands and to the communities as well. Appreciate your efforts. Happy to answer any questions and appreciate you allowing me to go a little bit early so we can catch a flight. But I did want to extend our appreciation to DWR and CNRA's team and to this board as well.
Thank you, Ms. Shields. I do have a question, and maybe this will come up in some of the panels later, but you mentioned the situation with the Colorado, and I know that IID has been very much involved in those discussions. So just wondering on how the various approaches that are under consideration would affect some of the planning and estimates on reduction of the sea.
We're still waiting to hear from the federal government as far as the approach they will be taking. It looks like we're going for some shorter term fixes in the absence of a consensus agreement. Reclamation has given us a little bit of a preview of where they're going, which is maybe a 10-year rod with 2-year operating decisions. The lower basin has made some near-term proposals to try to put the fire out right now because we're in really crisis management mode. We've seen some successes over the last couple years. IID worked with CNRA and the prior federal administration to get $250 million in funding for the Salton Sea to accelerate projects. That was accompanied by additional IID conservation. By the end of this year, we will have added 12 feet of elevation to Lake Mead. The problem is it looks like last year's snowpack is going to be the worst year on record, and the significant reductions in flows into Lake Powell are now being accompanied by reductions in releases to Lake Mead. So we will probably see about a 35-foot drop in Lake Mead next year. We are focusing on saving Lake Powell, and next year the question will be, what do we do with Mead if the hydrology doesn't improve? So pretty dire circumstances. Again, continuing to work. The good news is Imperial Valley has very strong senior water rights. The challenge will be if IID is one of the few California agencies receiving water, we know we'll have mutual aid agreements with other contractors in more urban areas, which is really the purpose of the QSA water transfers, were to provide that Southern California water supply reliability. So we're trying to work with this administration. We're trying to see if there's additional funding opportunities for the Salton Sea. We know there's challenges at the Salton Sea, but we also know that if there isn't Colorado River water flowing to Imperial Valley agriculture, that the Salton Sea will have no runoff. So that is really our primary focus right now on what can we do to prop up that system, get through the hydrology challenges, and hopefully get some snowpack and help those reservoirs recover so that it sort of trickles downstream as well.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your
Appreciate it.
comments. All right, next we have a presentation overview of the Water Board's role. Ms. Holstead?
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Holstidge. I'm the Senior Environmental Scientist for the State Water Board overseeing the Salton Sea Management Program. Next slide. Oh, one more. Just a brief overview of my presentation. So I'm going to briefly go over some of the conditions at the sea and the background of board actions and the water rights order that brought us here today. Next slide. I won't go over this in detail because Vice Chair Diadamo went over it in her initial remarks. So we have 2 panels today. After my presentation, the SSMP team will provide their phase 1 update, and we have 2 opportunities for public comment during the workshop. Next slide. So just to go over some conditions at the sea. So the estimated amount of exposed playa currently is 26,930 acres, which is 42 square miles. Which is shown on the table to the left. The table on the right shows the change from the 2003 baseline elevation. So it's decreased by 15.2 feet. The SSMP team will also provide more information about the current conditions in their presentation as well. Next slide. This slide just shows some of the history of the State Water Board's involvement at the Salton Sea over time. So beginning in 2002, with the Water Board approving a long-term water transfer of conserved agricultural water from the Imperial Irrigation District to San Diego County Water Authority, Coachella Valley Water District, and Metropolitan Water District of Southern California for a 45-year transfer with an option for an additional 30-year renewal period. The long-term transfer was revised shortly after it was approved to require IID to supply 15 years of mitigation water to the Salton Sea in order to maintain the salinity level, while a regional solution was put into place to address public health and environmental concerns. IID had filed the petition for a long-term water transfer in anticipation of the quantification settlement agreement, or what's called the QSA usually, in order to stay within California's allocation of Colorado River water. California's Colorado River water users created and finalized the QSA in 2003. The QSA is a collection of agreements intended to settle disputes over Colorado River water use within California, and it allowed for the water transfer of conserved water from IID to urban use. The QSA also prompted the state to undertake the restoration and mitigation efforts at the Salton Sea. In 2014, IID filed a petition with the State Water Board seeking modification of the long-term transfer order since the 15-year mitigation period was coming to an end, and there was no plan or solution yet in place to address the decreasing water levels and restoration needed at the Salton Sea. Following IID's petition in 2015, the Salton Sea Task Force was established and included members from the Governor's Office, California Natural Resources Agency, the State Water Board, and others. As part of the task force, the board monitored and assessed progress on implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program and held multiple workshops between 2015 and 2017. In 2017, IID then filed a motion with the Water Board, which prompted a draft stipulated order to be developed for consideration. As a result, the board adopted the stipulated order, which amended that long-term transfer order to include specific annual acreage milestones to address public health and environmental concerns during phase 1 of the Salton Sea Management Program, which is 2018 to 2028. These milestones coincide with the acreage targets within phase 1 of the SSMP and created other requirements such as CNRA's annual report and the State Water Board workshops as well. Next slide. So just moving on to some of the relevant conditions in the stipulated order. So condition 24 of the stipulated order includes annual acreage milestones for habitat and dust suppression projects during the 10 years. Both the table and the graphic here demonstrate the annual milestones from 2018 through 2028, as well as the cumulative totals. As shown in the highlighted text in the table for 2025, the milestone was 3,400 acres with a cumulative total up to this point of 17,600 acres. The cumulative total for all the annual milestones set forth in this condition will be 29,800 acres by 2028. Additionally, condition 25 of the order requires that no less than 50% of the acreage totals provide habitat benefits for fish and wildlife species that depend on the Salton Sea. Next slide. Condition 26 of the order required CNRA to develop a long-term plan and additional subsequent 10-year phases of the SSMP. So the long-term plan was, the deadline was December 31st, 2022, which CNRA publicly released their draft long-range plan on December 16th, 2022. And after a 45-day public comment period, they compiled and responded to comments and then released an updated long-range plan in March 2024, which is available on CNRA's Salton Sea webpage. Next slide. And then the stipulated order, condition 28, is why we're all here today. It created a condition for the requirement to hold, for the State Water Board to hold these public workshops annually during the 10-year plan. The order states that the workshop and CNRA's annual progress report must be completed by March 31st of each year. For the previous few years and again this year, the workshop is being delayed to allow sufficient time for review of the annual report by the public and water board staff, as well as to allow for more meaningful engagement ahead of the workshop and to ensure that everything can be translated into Spanish. Next slide. So condition 28 also requires a progress report be submitted by CNRA to the State Water Board. The annual report needs to cover 6 topics, which include the items listed here. So completed projects and milestones achieved, amount of acreage of completed projects, any upcoming projects for the next year, status of financial resources and permits, any anticipated departures from the annual milestone targets, and then progress towards the long-range plan. Next slide. CNRA submitted their annual report to the Water Board on March 31st, 2026 this year, and it was released both in English and Spanish. The annual report at a minimum must include information related to the 6 topics mentioned in the previous slide. CNRA also provided information related to project delivery, planning, partnerships, and community engagement that occurred throughout 2025. This table is a condensed version of the SSMP project table in CNRA's annual report this year. The table shows that the annual and cumulative acreage milestones, habitat acres completed, interim dust suppression acres, and dust suppression acres completed, as well as the cumulative acres as reported in their annual report. So for 2025, CNRA indicated that they're reporting 3,896 cumulative acres thus far. The SSMP team will go into further detail in the report in their presentation that's following mine. Next slide. Written comments were solicited for this workshop, and they were due by May 11th. The Water Board received 2 letters, which are available on our website or by request. Next slide. And then I just want to mention the Salton Sea Conservancy. I think it'll be brought up again later in the workshop, but it is the first new conservancy in 15 years. It's responsible for operating and maintenance, maintaining the completed projects. There's a 22-member board of directors, and our State Water Board member, Laurel Firestone here, will also serve on the board as a non-voting member. Next slide. So just want to point out, we have a frequently asked questions document that goes over different roles at the Salton Sea. So it's a helpful resource as well. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. My email address is listed there. Anyone's welcome to email me at any time with any questions or if they'd like to connect. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview. Any questions? All right, we'll move on then to the Salton Sea program team. Okay, good morning, everyone. Mr. Shea, you'll start us off, or, okay?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Vice Chair D. Adamo and members of the board. Thank you for hosting us today and for your continued oversight of our Salton Sea program. My name is Joe Shea. I serve as Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy at the Natural Resources Agency, joined here today by members of our incredibly talented Salton Sea program team, including Mario Llanos, Miguel Hernandez, Yvonne Wilhoff, Melinda Doran, and Tanya Marshall is joining us virtually. I want to thank members of the public for taking time to be here today to engage on the critically important topic of the state's involvement in the Salton Sea, and for Salton Sea community members and other members of the public who are tuning in online. And if we could go to the next slide, I will do a little overview of what we're going to talk about here. So our team is really eager to present to you today because, as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, we've got a number of important updates since the last time we were before you. And this morning's presentation will cover progress of our Salton Sea programs, progress across our projects, our partnerships, and also outline some next steps. And I'm going to keep talking, but we've got a little video teed up, so I'm hoping we can go to that on the next slide. So I know we're going to get under the hood of our program today and hear some really important information from partners and community members. I just want to say up front that when we're throwing around acronyms and dollar amounts, and this work can sound a little bit abstract, let's just remember what's going on in front of me in this video. This is why we do what we do. It's important for people and for nature. It's long overdue and we need more of it. But we are also super proud of what we've accomplished with our projects over the past year, because already we are leading one of the largest habitat restoration efforts in the entire country. And we've got a lot more work to do, which means even more of this. And I've taken to trying to explain the scale of the work we're doing here by, kind of communicating in terms of square miles. And I obviously worked for the governor before this when he was mayor of San Francisco. I guess there's this saying in San Francisco, something about how San Francisco is 49 square miles. Well, our acreage target for our phase 1 projects are about 47 square miles. So what I often tell folks is that our team is trying to implement a number of projects that cumulatively, added together, encompass about a size of land that is equivalent to the size of the city of San Francisco. So folks who have been to San Francisco, who go up, on one of the beautiful mountaintops and look down at the city and can see kind of it in its range, that's the amount of land that we're talking about here. And we're just talking about our phase 1 work. So that's why I think it's really important to continue to push on what we're seeing here, because what we're seeing here is progress. We're showing that progress is possible at the Salton Sea, and we're just getting started, and we're going to do even more. And I think we can go to the next slide. We'll post this video online too for folks who want to watch it in its entirety. So that last slide is what we do. This is who we are once we get the logos up. Or maybe there we go. Okay. So we are the Salton Sea program, comprised of the Natural Resources Agency, Department of Water Resources, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We are a relatively small but mighty team of about 30 dedicated staff who drive implementation of projects around the Salton Sea across permitting, construction, and some interim operations and maintenance planning. I will note that for some folks who have been following our program for a while might notice some updates here. We've got an updated logo. We've also kind of informally dropped the word management from our program title. This was done for a couple reasons, and I'll expand on this a little bit more in the afternoon panel. But the most important one being that we heard from some community members who were a little bit confused about the distinction between our program and the Salton Sea Management Plan, the two SSMPs. And again, talk more about this afternoon, but ultimately, this was done to prioritize approachability and clear communication to the public. But in the spirit of approachability, please call us whatever feels right for you. And we can go to the next slide. So our mission at the Salton Sea program is to work with Salton Sea partners and community members to bring cleaner water, plants, and wildlife back to the Salton Sea. We want to work with local leaders and community partners towards a Salton Sea with cleaner water, less dust and odor, and more wildlife and people enjoying nature. What that means in terms of government planning and programming is that we want to implement projects consistent with phase 1 of the Salton Sea Management Plan, which covers, again, that roughly 47 square miles of habitat creation and dust suppression projects. Now, phase 1 was contemplated as a 10-year phase. We're going to talk about this afternoon, and I'm excited to get into it, with future phases contemplated. And what that means practically is that we're finding ourselves nearing a decade into our phase 1 work, and we've got some work that needs to happen beyond this 47 square miles of projects. And we're working on that too. This is where the Imperial Streams and Salton Sea Ecosystem Restoration Feasibility Study comes in. I know, it's a mouthful, but it's really, really important. And I want to thank Patrick O'Dowd from the Salton Sea Authority and Susie Ming, who's here today from the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Yvonne Wilhoff from our team, who have been leading the charge to implement this plan with the Army Corps of Engineers, this feasibility study. But what it really is a mechanism to bring massive federal investment into the Salton Sea that goes beyond our phase 1 work. We can go to the next slide. So by the numbers, you'll see that we added our largest number of permanent acres this past year through the SCH East Pond. But obviously the numbers don't tell the whole story, and our team can kind of get into how they break down a little bit more. I can imagine some folks, seeing all this, these projects, these videos, and then in Stephanie's presentation earlier saying, what, you only added like a couple hundred acres? So there were some interim projects that were replaced by permanent projects. And so this is kind of a one-time moment where that is happening. But I think what's really significant to point out is that we've now got this 2,000 acre mega pond at the south end of the Salton Sea. We've been telling folks it's 4 times the size of Disneyland. That is true. And we're talking about Disneyland and California Adventure Park together. Like the whole thing, if you've ever been there, 4 times the size of that. So it's quite a large land mass. And obviously, we're working incredibly hard to complete the remaining SCH expansion. My understanding is that the center pond is ahead of schedule. Folks are working really hard. There's a chance that it could be done by the end of the year. I don't want to put anyone on the spot or commit ourselves to anything, but I will say the last thing that I would do is bet against our DWR team because they are fantastic at what they do, building projects at the sea. So if we could just go to the next slide, I'll start to wrap up here. So what's happening at the Salton Sea now is more projects, more efforts to implement these projects, specifically through the climate bond funding that we secured last year in the budget, thanks to Governor Newsom, the legislature, and all of the Salton Sea partners, community organizers, stakeholders who made their voices heard and said that this funding needs to be put into projects right now. And those projects right now that we're working on, we've got a great foothold on the south side of the sea, but we've also expanded our work into the north end of the Salton Sea. Steve Mitchell, our fantastic project engineer who actually came to us from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, is here today. He's been leading the charge on our North Lake Wetlands project in cooperation with Salton Sea Authority. We've also got our Bombay Wetlands project that we're partnering with Audubon to deliver. And then finally, we've got Cane Spring, which is the project area that's adjacent to the SCH project. And that's a really great bird in hand opportunity because we're on the ground with SCH and we have the opportunity to take on some additional project acres. And Vivian, who everybody knows if they've been involved in the Salton Sea, is doing a fantastic job leading that project. And if we could go to the next slide. I will just note this is our annual report cover. As Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, we've got an unexpected visitor that was snapped here by Crystal Shore from our Department of Wildlife team. She got an incredible photo here. This is a roseate spoonbill. And this is, again, an unexpected visitor. We didn't know we would see roseate spoonbills when we finished this project. But I think, what the reason we chose this photo for the cover is because we think it communicates a really important message. And that's that if we build it, they will come. We don't know all of the benefits that are going to be achieved through building these projects, but we know they make a difference for people and for wildlife. And we know that if we work together, we can continue to do more of this kind of work. So in the spirit of getting into this kind of work, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Melinda Doran, who's going to talk a little bit more about our specific Salton Sea projects and project delivery as it stands right now. Melinda?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. So project delivery, I'll take the first few slides on this and then I'll pass it over to Mario. So next slide, please. So this map is familiar to anybody that's seen this either in our annual report or prior workshops and community meetings. This has been updated to just show where we are with progress in our near-term projects. So Joe mentioned Cane Springs down at the south end near the Salton Sea Species Conservation Habitat Project. We're also working on the North Lake Wetlands Project that's up at the north, and then the Bombay Beach Wetland Enhancement Project. Those are all wetland and fish and wildlife habitat projects. And then we have in green the vegetation enhancement, and we're expanding at Thule Wash and Clubhouse. And then we also have a project at Worcester Unit Marsh. So those are kind of our near-term 2026, 2027, 2028 projects that we're really focused on right now. Next slide, please. There was that slide in Spanish, actually. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is just the same slide, but in Spanish. Okay, advance, please, thanks. So our Species Conservation Habitat Project, as Joe mentioned, we have 2,000 acres, but due to some interim dust suppression, we're reporting out just the additional approximately 1,800 acres. But both ponds on the east side of the New River have been filled, and so we call those East Pond and East Pond 1. And fish and birds are interacting. CDFW has gone out and done some fish surveys for us. And then, of course, we have both biological monitors and the CDFW team has been doing bird surveys for us. And then, as Joe also mentioned, the west side of New River ponds, the center and west, and the new northern pond is still dry. They're using that material to build the berms. We are actually really close on closing the berms, and so that'll be closed in the next month or so, but there's still a lot of work to be done before that project can be filled. And then our complete build out is about 9,500 acres. Next slide, please. So this is the same shot as in the video. You can see our project features, so mostly open water. The big kind of kidney-shaped dry areas, those are nesting islands, and then there's some substrate on there. There's also rocks, things for shading. And then you'll see this beach effect so that chicks can go down to the water without being stranded. And so those are our nesting islands. And then the long skinny ones are designed as loafing islands. So resting areas for birds to get out of the water if they want. And then you can't really tell in this photo, but there are differing depths of water. So anything from 6 inches all the way down to 4 feet, 6 feet. Next slide. Another picture, this is why we do what we do. We've got the coyotes out there. The bottom picture is roosting structures that we designed as part of the project. That was part of Kiewit's design team, and they are being utilized. As soon as they put them up, they were being utilized. We have a roosting area, the top picture, we have an egret rookery, and the cormorants also use that. And then just a smattering of wildlife. White pelicans or brown pelicans are definitely in full force out there. Next slide. So the expansion area, this is the northern berm of the expansion area of that additional 9,500 acres. You can see at the very top, there's a gap there where the Salton Sea and the ponds mix, but this picture is already old. And so, like I said, in the next few weeks, I'll have closed this berm, but this is just the earthwork. So now they have to come in, they have to put the riprap, they have to put the outfalls, they have a lot of finishing work. They have to put the substrate on the road so that it's stabilized, and so that work will continue into 2027. Next slide. Cane Springs, which you'll hear a lot more about in 2026 and 2027. It's about a 5,100 acre project. You'll see in the picture of that, there's a concept for the part that's dry, but the project area goes all the way out to the same elevation line that SCH does. So we have that entire project area, about 5,100 acres. And this project is being, let's see, we have Bureau of Reclamation land and IID land, and so we're working in collaboration with the landowners. And then there were technical workshops that were just done to get information to put into the RFQ, RFP bid package. This project, we are going to use a progressive design build process for. It's new to the Department of Water Resources, and it allows us to collaborate with the contractor and the designers even more so than we did with SCH. So we're excited to use this new process and get this underway. Our expectation is that the package will go out on the street in June, July, this early summer. And then a contract will be signed for the phase one work, which would be designed at the end of this year or January of 2027, depending on the holidays and how far we get in 2026. Next slide. And then I'm going to pass it over to Mario.
Good morning. Mario Llanos at the Natural Resources Agency. Glad to be here to share a little more about our vegetation enhancement projects. Currently, we're on the tail end of our original 1,700 acres, which are on USBR parcels near Salton City. We had two sites there, Clubhouse and Tule Wash, and then another site near the community of Bombay Beach for about 93 acres. We have currently about 1,409 acres completed at these sites, with an additional approximately 300 acres providing interim dust suppression, and that's through the first phase of putting the bales down. If you've remember the last couple presentations, we talk about two phases. Phase one, putting bales down. Second, to provide interim dust suppression. Phase two, planting in between and downwind of the bales, and adding irrigation to those plants. So we are beginning to expand in between those sites on IAD parcels for an additional 400 acres, and are working on those projects this year. In 2025, we made great strides in identifying approximately or over 2,000 plus acres adjacent to these Clubhouse and Tule Wash sites near Salton City. So the project team has been doing recon and surveys to prepare permitting and land access agreements for those sites for future work. In 2025, we completed all the irrigation and planting at West Bombay Beach and have seen great results of initial growth. If you remember, we were tracking a little behind because we had issues finding a water source. As you know, we use groundwater to irrigate these sites, and we weren't able to find water there likely because of fault activity, but we were able to get a temporary water source and get those plants in and irrigated in 2025. At the more mature sites, we're still seeing about 90% dust suppression on those sites. And then earlier, we know this because earlier we've been tracking these sites with air quality monitors. Earlier this year, the Salton Sea program released an air quality website, which shows real-time and historical data of air quality collected on these sites that we're managing. So that is now linked on our webpage. Next slide. So we've shown this slide before, but it's impactful in that it shows the various stages of these vegetation projects and how they're providing dust suppression. We know that immediately during phase one of these projects, when we add bales to the site, as illustrated in the second photo down, we're seeing about a 75% reduction in dust originating from these sites. As vegetation begins to grow around and downwind of the bales, the reduction of dust from these sites become further contained, up to 90 to 95%. Next slide. So this next slide is our Tule Wash location, showing established vegetation on exposed lake bed just downwind of the baled areas. Just showing kind of the good success that we're having on the exposed lake bed. adding irrigation and seeding and plants directly on the exposed lake bed there. So just wanted to show a really good picture of that. And that's indicative of all the sites, Tully Wash and Bombay Beach. Next slide. So this next photo was a photo taken a couple of weeks ago at our clubhouse location, showing an aerial view of the site and all the growth that's occurred over the last couple of years. If you look to the right of the site where you see the dense bales, these are areas that we have not worked in. However, you'll see some standing vegetation in these areas. It's important to note that these areas were barren with some vegetation before we started working on them. And but we've seen that since we've started working on the areas, we've seen established plants adjacent, telling us that we're creating a new seed bank, and seed is starting to manually recruit in the areas adjacent to our sites. So we're very happy about that. Next slide. So finally, this slide is showing our current projects in lime green and the recent projects that we've expanded to that I just spoke about and on IAD parcels in purple. Earlier, I spoke about expansion projects totaling over 2,000 acres. I think that number is actually closer to 3,000 now. And that's what you see on this map here in aqua blue. So we continue to look for areas of expansion showing the most emissivity and taking advantage of infrastructure already on the sites around them, infrastructure like groundwater wells and access roads. And that concludes my presentation. I will pass it to Yvonne.
Thanks, Mario. Good morning. My name is Yvonne Wolhoff, and I work for the California Department of Water Resources, and I'm going to share information about a couple of our projects, starting with the Bombay Beach Wetlands Project. The Salton Sea Program team has been coordinating with Audubon, California to advance the first phase of this project. It's a wetland restoration project and the first of its type for our program. The project aims to stabilize, preserve, and enhance an existing emergent wetland. The project is over 575 acres, and it's located adjacent to the community of Bombay Beach. In 2025, the team completed the 65% design package for the project, and we also performed additional environmental surveys to support the project's permitting and design efforts. And in May of 2025, we secured a $5.2 million grant agreement with the Wildlife Conservation Board to fund a portion of the project's construction. Also in 2025, the project team held key initial meetings with permitting and regulatory agencies, and we were able to submit the permit packages earlier this year in 2026. Also during this year, we've prioritized progressing the design of public access and recreational features, as well as completing the final 2 design phases so we could wrap up the final design package with the goal of going out for bid in early 2027. Next slide, please. These pictures highlight the existing wetland conditions on the site. The wetlands provide habitat for various types of birds like shorebirds and marsh birds, as well as habitat for the endangered desert pupfish. However, as the sea's shoreline continues to recede, these areas are at greater risk of draining and drying out. The project is designed to maintain and enhance these wetlands by slowing and spreading stormwater flows across the project area and also encouraging the growth of additional habitat. These projects also create opportunities. This project will create additional opportunities for wildlife viewing in the area. Next slide, please. The next project is the North Lake Wetlands Project. And as the name implies, it's located at the northern end of the sea. There was a map earlier in the presentation that showed that long, kind of like orangey red project footprint at the north, and we're referring to this project. The project footprint is located east of the Whitewater River, and it expands towards the North Shore Yacht Club. The initial phase of the project is about 1,475 acres. The objective of the project, similar to the Bombay Beach project, is to protect, enhance, and improve emergent wetlands. But at this site, the wetlands have emerged downstream of agricultural drains. The goal is to protect these emergent wetlands from becoming compromised as the sea recedes. During 2025, The team worked with several landowners to secure temporary site access so we can conduct surveys that are important to inform the project design and specifically for this project, the project's design criteria. And we've been working with the Salton Sea Authority to expand the North Lake Wetlands Project to capture the area of the adjacent North Lake Pilot Demonstration Project area. And the decision is, in this decision-making process, we're considering that by combining these two projects, we can leverage the funding to increase benefits to the region while also saving time and money by going through the contracting process once. In 2026, survey work will continue, and we anticipate awarding a progressive design build contract in 2027 to finish the design and to construct the project. Next slide, please. So in addition to the projects we've talked about today, we have several future planned projects. Information about the future planned projects can be found in detail in the annual report, as well as a map that shows the location of these projects. Mario mentioned some that are in the works right now. We're working to expand our vegetation enhancement and dust suppression sites on the western side of the sea, as well as connecting two of those project areas. So the team is working on the initial steps of planning that out. And also just to highlight the Worcester Unit Marsh Bird Habitat Restoration Project. That is a project that's being led by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, but we're working on a funding agreement between DWR and CDFW so we can get the funding over to CDFW to construct that project. And we expect that agreement to be done around early summer. And pass it over to Miguel.
Hi, everybody. Next slide, this one. Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Miguel Hernandez. I'm the Public Affairs Officer for Salton Sea Program with the Natural Resources Agency. And I'll talk a little bit more about our partnerships and engagement that we did in 2025 and perhaps back earlier in the years of the program as well. First, got to start with, yes, our program, it's the Department of Water Resources, Fish and Wildlife, and Natural Resources Agency as a program. However, we don't act alone. We're not able to act alone. Our program will not be as successful or be able to accomplish the set goals for the Salton Sea just as a program. We do rely a lot on our partnerships, collaboration, with federal agencies, local entities, tribal partners, NGOs, CBOs, and I also like to include community members that participate at our meetings that are also engaged throughout the different processes and our projects at the sea. And eventually we'll have to create a partnership with the newly formed Salton Sea Conservancy. So all of its own, it's a really important piece for the success of the program to be able to achieve the goals of the stipulated water order as well. Next slide, please. So I'd like to highlight this important picture about the group of partners. Like I said, includes different entities and local governments and so on. This is an important moment for the Species Conservation Habitat Project, although you don't see it on this picture, but you do see the people that worked really hard to get it done. This is back in May 2025 when we started filling the expansion ponds at SEH. And we took this picture to capture that moment and remind us of the collaborative work and that, again, we're not acting alone. It's not just a program or our team. It's more than us. So that's what's helping us lead the way of progress at the Salton Sea. If we can go to the next slide, please. I'd like to quickly put a plug on our tours that perhaps you've been part of in the past. We've offered, ever since the beginning of construction at SEH, we've offered more than 130 tours at the sea with different groups and partners, and that will continue into the future. Also like to offer an open invitation to anybody that would like to see this project. It is an active construction site, so it is closed to the public. However, we're always open to schedule a visit. We need to keep it safe. We have a safety conversation there before we get on, get our hard hats, vests, and so on, so we can take you out and see the project firsthand. I'd like to mention that we have been part of the Salton Sea Bird Festival earlier this year. Special shout out to the Sea and Desert Interpretive Association, the Sonny Bono Salton Sea National Wildlife Refuge, the State Recreation Area, also our partners at Audubon that invited our program to be part of this festival for the first time, which was earlier this year. And that will continue on into the future years. We actually had a great turnout. More than 50 folks participated at that event early January. So having people see or have exposure to this project not only informs them about the project, but it also helps create some I like to think that some ownership of the project, so they can actually advocate for more at the sea and be part of what's being done at the Salton Sea itself. Also, open invitation to the board if you want to come and see it again. You're more than welcome to. Next slide, please. So here's a list of the different resources that we've offered that our team has put together on online platforms. These tools kind of go beyond the communication and the data that we're collecting, but also to create transparency of what we're doing or not doing at our projects. Our website, we try to keep it as updated as we can with important dates that are coming up on meetings or also tours that are made available. Also, the Salton Sea Data Hub, which is a centralized data center, I like to call it. It's a collective data hub that grabs or connects partners, maps, dashboards, story maps, a lot of information that exists about the Salton Sea into a single stop shop. So that has been put together by our partners at CDFW there. Also, the project tracker, Salton Sea Program Project Tracker, we presented about this last year and the year before. So that continues to be an important tool and platform that we use to share the data, the most updated data and pictures about our projects. Also, you just created a new page within our Salton Sea page for Salton Sea Conservancy. We hope that at some point it lives on its own. But for now, we'll take that under our wing so we can get the information out, which now includes the past recording or the recording of the past board meeting that happened in May 14th. So again, not just for communications, but I'll eventually say for accountability for a program, for people to ask, like, what happened when you reported on this or what happened at that meeting. So I like to see it that way. Invite everybody, including the board, to subscribe to our newsletter to get the latest information about our program. You can do it by scanning that QR code, but you can also find it on our website. And with that, I'll pass it over to Joe.
Great, thanks, Miguel. And we can move to the next slide. So I'm just going to briefly recap and talk a little bit of planning and next steps. Next slide, please. So the feasibility study, wow, look at that picture of Patrick O'Dowd. It's a great photo. So this is a really important effort for all the reasons I touched on earlier. It's a natural progression of this program into a larger scale with partners who bring significant additional resources and expertise. I've been reminding folks that the Army Corps, they did build the Panama Canal. So they were, they know how to build big things. And so the fact that they're invested in the Salton Sea is a big deal. And we're looking forward to continuing our partnership and driving towards implementation. Next slide, please. So the Salton Sea Conservancy, we were super honored to have board member Firestone in attendance at our first meeting last week, just to talk through some informational items and get the Conservancy starting to coordinate, because obviously there's 22 members. We've got to start building that connective tissue now. We're working very hard to resource the Conservancy, stand it up. We've made significant progress, just kind of resourcing it with funding in the last year or so, and we've got more to do with the positions and hiring and HR-related folks, or HR-related things that I'm sure this board knows well, and so we're excited to get more information out about all of those opportunities to build up the organizational capacity of the Conservancy. Next slide, please. So funding, this, recognizing that this is our last annual workshop under the Newsom administration, I want to acknowledge and recognize the unprecedented level of funding for the sea that's been achieved over the course of this governor's tenure. We are incredibly blessed to have the leadership of this governor guiding so much of the progress that we've seen at the sea. I would just well, a quick anecdote. I started working for this governor back in, I think it was 2018. And I remember my first week on the job, we were in a staff meeting and it was when he was going down to the Salton Sea, I think in 2018. And I remember all week he was so excited about it and talking about how important it is to go down to the sea, see what's happening and make sure that we're invested from day one as an administration. And so, just reflecting on this being the last administration workshop, I think the through line over the course of this administration has been that commitment, and that's been borne out in the funding, which includes $30 million that was proposed in January that would complement our habitat restoration funding that was secured in the climate bond. So that funding was critical for expanding our projects at the Salton Sea. But this proposed funding that was in the January budget and is currently being deliberated on in the legislature would actually allow us to add public recreation components like trails and signage and amenities so that communities can see firsthand the incredible investments and work that are happening at the Salton Sea. And that is directly the result of direct engagement with communities and trying to coordinate across their priorities and figuring out how our team can, really work to implement those as we go about our work. And that's thanks to the great work that Miguel and so many partners in the room have done. And just the last thing I would say is that with all of this funding for our habitat projects, I know this probably wasn't clear from the acreage table that was shown during the first part of this meeting, but our 15,000 project acres of habitat projects are firmly within reach. And it's our job to make sure that we're implementing the climate bond funding to get as close to that 15,000 as possible. You might need a little bit more, but when you look at the SCH, Bombay Beach Wetlands is about 500. North Lake Wetlands, we're hoping we can get that somewhere in the ballpark of 1,300 to 2,000 acres. And then Cane Spring, that's a 5,100 project acre area. We probably can't take all that on at once, but if we work at it in phases, we can get to this 15,000 habitat project acres, which have historically been the most complex projects, the ones that are most expensive and hard to plan. And the fact that, that's front and center thanks to this funding is a really big deal. And then obviously so much great work happening with the DWR team, Katie Burnworth and Mario, to expand our dust suppression project areas around the west side of the sea, which you saw in that graphic. So this is all momentum that's happening right now and that we're really excited about. And the last thing I would just say about this funding is it obviously wouldn't have happened without the governor, but it wouldn't have happened without the Salton Sea partners who have written letters to their representatives and shown up to budget hearings and advocated every step along the way for all the reasons why the Salton Sea can't wait. We've got to implement this funding now. This is, all of this up here is an ode to, their tireless advocacy. So just to, we can go to the next slide, please. So in summary, short term, working to implement new funding through contracts with construction companies, strengthening partnerships to participate, for folks to participate in the design process. That's a really big threshold that we want to cross. We want to involve the community even more into our design processes so that, as Miguel was talking about, these projects reflect their input and that there's that local and regional leadership and ownership of these projects into the long term. Over the medium term, we're breaking ground on new projects and we're operating and maintaining existing projects, which is a huge undertaking that our Department of Water Resources team has spearheaded, so that while the Conservancy is getting resourced and up to speed, the Water Resources Department is giving them a firm handoff of this work so that they're positioned for success. And then over the long term, the U.S. Army Corps work is essential to a brighter future at the Salton Sea. We need to support the Corps with finalizing the study, with advocating before Congress so that it actually gets funded for implementation. Collectively, we've got to do this together as one Salton Sea region, no matter your background, if you're in government, if you're a member of the public, if you're a local elected official or a local resident, we're going to need everyone to come together and rally around this because the future of the Salton Sea depends on it. And with that, that is our presentation. and we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Excellent presentation and lots of progress there. Want to turn to my colleagues to see if anyone has any questions. Board Member Firestone?
Sure. And I'll just, echo congrats and thanks for the amazing work. I know Vice Chair expressed at the beginning. Being able to see the results of all of the birds and wildlife and habitat and also vegetation thriving in these areas, and ultimately helping to address not just the ecosystem but the public health concerns is just so exciting to see. So I know there's a panel in the afternoon around lessons learned and thinking about future stuff. So I'll save some of those questions for the afternoon. I just, a few questions I had, I'm fortunate enough to serve on the Salton Sea Conservancy for the chair, and I'm also the liaison with Region 7, the Water Quality Control Board, who is here today, and appreciate that. And I'm interested in a couple things related to water quality. One is you have the data hub, and that is a really exciting new tool that is available. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to how often that's updated. I know I already played around with it to see that it's incorporating a lot of our data and linking live, but can you just give a little more information about that resource and how often it's updated and the public can understand what the frequency of data that they could see?
Sure. Is Tanya still online?
Sorry.
Tanya, do you want to take that first? Awesome. Thanks, Tanya.
Great.
Okay. Yes. Yes, Board Member Firestone. First of all, we are excited that the hub is public. Anybody can get on it and really play around with it. Specifically for your questions of when it is updated, it is updated as needed when we get information, and we ensure that the information is as current as possible. We put new research information on it as soon as we can, and we plan on doing looking at it and making sure quarterly that there's updates that are needed, but we do update when we can. And the great thing about that is it's also updated as we find new species, as we do new projects, and we make sure that it's current, and we hope and the community and the board members can get onto that hub, and one day we can all get on there and play on there and see how it works. But it is full of vital information for the sea.
Yeah, that's exciting resource. And I know is something the community has been asking for as a central hub of data across different disciplines and media and issues. So appreciate all of the work. I found it pretty easy to use. So just building on that, one of the things that it looked like is that that the desert pupfish have already found their way to the ponds. And I'm wondering if you could say a little bit about how many were found. Are we doing monitoring? And are there things we're doing to just think about management related to that species?
Yes, we are very excited that the pupfish naturally recruited to the ponds, the endangered pupfish. We do need other fish in there for bird species. but we are excited for the pupfish to be there. We have done some surveys for fish, what the type of fish that are in the pond currently. We do not have numbers specifically. We didn't do surveys to see how many numbers are there. We want the pond to kind of stabilize from the new water being introduced in those to make sure that we have an ecosystem that will support them. And yeah, so that's what we're doing for pupfish. And as far as the other thing, we're also doing water quality, right? So we're making sure that the water is a good quality for the ecosystem that's there. So.
And that's my last question, is really around selenium. And so our team at the regional board has been able to do some monitoring of the Salton Sea itself. But for the ponds, if you could just talk a little bit about, there is some information around water quality relating to sampling done by Reclamation, USGS, around selenium. Is that a potential threat to the ponds? Are we worried about selenium? And are we doing monitoring at the ponds themselves for that?
I think the best person to address that for the water quality issue is Yvonne.
Sorry, folks.
So we do have an adaptive management plan for the SCH. It really won't be instituted until all the ponds are filled. So as we bring the salinity up and stabilize, so we'll look at that project as a whole. So I imagine that we'll dive into that in like 27, 28 and really gear up. We do have monitoring that we're doing, continuous monitoring, not for selenium, but on CDEC, we actually have water quality sensors that do 5-minute increment, and that's for temperature and salinity. And so we're getting all of our baselines. We also have one in the Salton Sea at the pier. And so that also is publicly available data. We are working with USGS, both on the wetlands and for their model, basically. So it's selenium uptake into the species out there. And so that also is occurring at different locations around the sea, not in the ponds. But we have done water quality sampling in the ponds and in the drains, and that's to find source water. So the mixing of that with the Salton Sea and the drain water should not result in an impact from selenium. And so it was designed to reduce that from the blending. And so we'll keep an eye on it for sure. And the science committee is also really interested. So we will definitely, as the project stabilizes, make sure that we're monitoring. And then USGS has been monitoring in the sediment, like they took sediment samples too and stuff. So we'll have the whole water column monitored. And so, yeah, I'm sure we will come back and visit that topic in future years too.
Great. And I think, I'm interested. Well, it's great that you have the science team and more collaboration amongst all the many agencies around this. And I know we're trying to look at ways, and I hope we can, at the state board, help the regional board just be looking at how to continue water quality monitoring on our end. And so my other questions are really kind of probably best for the afternoon panel. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Ware.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm reflecting, since there's a lot of acknowledgement for Governor Newsom's contributions, that I've been on the state board since late 2018, so right after the governor was elected and before he took office. So this is now I think the 8th workshop here on the Salton Sea that I've been privileged to participate in, and it's really been impressive to see from the very beginning, from that first one I was involved with, the evolution of the program over the years and really how effective and comprehensive the work has become. And I got to tell you, there were moments where I had my doubts, frankly, and I know there's still a long way to go. And I appreciate just the transparency about that and the willingness to acknowledge that, hey, we've we're making a lot of headway. The momentum has been building, and yet there's still a lot of work to be done. So, I mean, that's just the truth. And I think that's the best we can do given the circumstances. But you're really working hard. I sense that, to maximize the resources that you have and to do as much as you can. And I was also privileged enough to be able to go down to the East Pond filling event last year with you all and Secretary Crowfoot and the chair, and that was really remarkable. First of all, as a civil engineer, just to see the amount of earthwork and construction that was involved with making that, basically creating a large lake on flat land, a reality. Just really, really, and on with, I know, challenging soils and challenging conditions, just commendable, the fact that that pond now exists. And what really blew me away, which you've mentioned multiple times already, is just the wildlife and the birds and everything. You just even that immediately came to the water to experience that. And clearly they were looking for a place to go. I mean, this is the Salton Sea is part of the Pacific Flyway. It's an incredibly important resource for our wildlife, our birds, and the fish that use it as well. So just thank you for that. And I did, on that note, I just wanted to kind of pick up where Board Member Firestone left off with regard to water quality, because we, of course, we are the Water Resources Control Board here, so it's something that we think about a lot. And yesterday, actually, we just approved a basin plan amendment for the Colorado River Regional Water Board for pesticide limits, total maximum daily limits, because there are a number of inputs from agriculture that are challenging. They do present threats to our fish and wildlife, and I think part of our responsibility is to figure out how to address those issues, because it's one thing to have a pond to provide the habitat, to build the wetlands, but the water quality has to be suitable for those species to use that water. So we talked about selenium, and I know there's work, there's monitoring ongoing and an adaptive management plan, and that's great. But I was just also wondering about salinity, because I'm thinking about what we heard from you all and from Ms. Shields about the Colorado River challenges and the likelihood of additional conservation actions that are invariably, I think we can all anticipate they're going to result in reduced return flows and inputs into the sea. So how are you approaching that challenge? Maybe a little more specifically, I mean, do you have salinity targets that you're, kind of maximum salinity levels that you're seeking to manage and mitigate, and I know it's an evolving topic, but anything you can say on that would be really helpful.
How about if I start and then we
Okay.
can bounce it around? So it's driven by the site conditions. So we've talked about this in the past, that the site conditions vary around the Salton Sea. So we look at each project location as a unique site. And that's why we spend so much time gathering information. When it comes to water quality and even water supply, because sometimes if we can blend sources, that can help us manage the water quality within a project site, it can be a limiting factor. And that's what we found at the northern end of the sea. And we talked about why that project needed to pivot its concept at the last workshop. So I would say that it's something that we're very mindful of at the northern end of the sea in particular, because our options for water supply were limited. And then depending on where we are in the other locations around the sea, we have the opportunities to blend different sources of water to help us manage those water quality objectives relative to the project type that we're constructing. I will note, as we're moving forward into the new wave of wetland projects, that that's something that we have flagged as a critical item for us to analyze, because we don't want to have an unintended consequence of creating a habitat without fully investigating how the water quality could impact the habitat into the future.
Good start. And so just to add to that, I guess a couple of things. We're also designing with water conservation measures in mind. And so we do have some groundwater wells for the vegetation enhancement where we do all the pump tests to ensure that we're pumping sustainably. And then for the wetlands that we're using surface water, like in our water agreements with IID or with anybody, or when we look at water, we're looking at how much we're leaving in the system, what the consequence of that action might be, and designing projects not just based on like the last 30-year history, but what's our near-term history, because we know the last 3 years there's been water conservation measures and they're likely to continue into the future. And so at some point, if that water was not available, we would have to come back to the regulators and say that water is no longer available. But we're designing for lower flows than what's available in order to accommodate future potential conservation measures. And I will say too, for like pesticides and things, SCH started long before any of us were in the program. And so also a nod to the people that were here in 2012 and 2013 that really got that project that at the time was also a new contracting process for DWR and doing all of that background work. So there was a lot of pesticide, there was water quality monitoring, there was selenium monitoring before that project was even conceptually designed. And so all of that information fed into the design with the ponds, with the sedimentation basins, hoping that that settles out. It's designed so that we could get into the sediment basins and pull that sediment out of there and increase capacity again as needed. And so, yeah, just a nod to the people that definitely came before us and thought about a lot of the same questions that we still have today. So.
And I would say maybe a little bit tangential to your question. So, and I know Board Member Firestone, you asked if we're concerned about selenium. I will always be concerned about selenium because it's present and it's a risk for all of our projects. We got to be really judicious about how we're managing and implementing these projects. I would say, Board Member McGuire, you asked about salinity targets. I believe for SCH, it's between 20 and 40 ppt, right? So that's for the SCH. As it relates to our different projects, I think your question is spot on about the water variability and what that means for our future planning. And I think there are times where, we're rightfully hearing from community members are saying like, why can't you all move faster? And I know we're going to talk about this in the afternoon panel, but questions like these are exactly why. We've got to make sure that the water we're modeling and the water quality that we are seeing at our projects inform a project that is going to deliver benefits for decades. And for some of this stuff, there's just not a way to short circuit it. Our project team for the North Lake, so I mentioned Steve Mitchell, who's actually right up there. He is. Okay, I was trying to point to him, but it's throwing me off. So they've just started the water quality sampling at the North Lake Wetlands project area, and so that's obviously going to be really important for informing the design. And I know the team has been working on Bombay as well. And then I would just say that again, this is tangential, but in the future, one thing that I have been really trying to get up to speed on is just folks who have more kind of like creative emerging technology that they think could be applicable to the Salton Sea. I get a fair amount of emails from folks who want to kind of try to pilot their technology, and I never say no to those meetings because I think you never know, right? And so I think if we can get a better understanding of what might be out there in terms of opportunities in the near term and kind of think of a framework to establish those, or what would be needed to kind of understand more like the direct implementation and applicability of some newer strategies, that's certainly front of mind too, because I think that would inform the projects that are, in the years to come, and kind of much earlier on in their development. And I see Tanya's hands up too.
She lowered her hand.
Yes, thank you. So
Oh, there she is.
I had to get off mute, sorry. The regional, I also want to mention that the regional board is currently doing sampling also at SCH, and for species, we do have several water quality parameters that we're actually using that show different things in the water, and we're excited that we're getting that together. And much what Joe said, salinity targets are 20 to 40 total dissolved solids within the system. So I just want to make sure that we are just speaking for the species. There is some other water quality things we are looking at.
And that reminded me that we actually, DWR does meet with the regional board every other week. So we talk about both the permitting side as well as the water quality side and project progress. And then DWR started up a quarterly water quality interagency call, and we've also included the NGOs on that call that are involved in water quality sampling. So it's the regional board, USGS, and so we're meeting quarterly as a larger group so that we can collaborate and make sure that we're making the dollars go further. We're not all sampling in the same place. We have consistent methods, and so yeah, DWR just started those up at the end of 2025. So.
Great. Thank you so much. This is really helpful responses. And I see our executive officer from the Colorado River Regional Board, Mike Placencia, is here in the back, keeping tabs on things. So thank you. Good to see you as well. So really helpful. And I think in the future, maybe in the subsequent, maybe next year's workshop, it would be good to hear a little bit more about what you're learning from the monitoring work, and just an update on that, because I think, and maybe we can talk more about this in the afternoon about the long range plan. We just need to be very mindful of climate change challenges, and all the pressures, on these projects, because to your point, like, we want to make sure that these projects are successful. And so it's going to take all of us, I think, collaborating together to make sure that happens. And I loved your openness and willingness to think about innovative and new technologies. I am very like-minded in that space when we're thinking about all the water supply challenges around the state. And it got me thinking also just about Imperial Valley and the lithium opportunities there. So are there any updates on that in terms of how that resource could provide some resource for projects at the sea?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, there's the funding mechanism that was in SB 125, which was, I think, from 2024. Are you familiar? Or there's a revenue sharing of a portion of that lithium tax would go towards Salton Sea efforts, and so that's a policy and a tax that was implemented, and so we are tracking, what might be the potential future revenue that could come from that. But obviously that's directly tied to the individual companies, starting their work. And so I guess that's one thing I would say. And Board Member Firestone will remember this was a question that came up at our Conservancy meeting last week with the nexus to lithium. And I guess one thing that I've been thinking about, I know IID did a board workshop where I think they were talking about the efforts that they're undertaking and how their efforts to coordinate on the Lithium Valley draft specific plan, and I believe there was mention of 19,000 acre feet was kind of the quantity that they have and that they were saying was they're making available for lithium. And this was something that board director Gina Dockstetter mentioned at last week's Conservancy meeting. And I guess one thing that I was reflecting on when we were talking about that figure is what if we said for a second that quantity of water was instead going to agricultural uses? And then what if we said that, the agricultural uses that are using that water are going to use all of that water in a given year? And then we would be, looking at maybe a third of that water reaching the Salton Sea. So that 19,000 acre feet becomes like 6,300 acre feet. That would be, going into the sea. I'm saying, like, in a hypothetical scenario where that is, not for lithium, that's for agriculture. So that 6,300 acre feet, that, and obviously this is a hypothetical scenario, but just pointing out that there were, I think 856,000 acre feet that flowed into the Salton Sea last year. So what we're talking about in the context of the lithium development conversation and the water being made available, that's certainly an input that we need to coordinate on and closely consider, because we need to be tracking all sources of water as they relate to the Salton Sea. But we also need to focus on the other 99% and trying to maximize what we can do with that. And so what our program did in the interim was we submitted a comment letter to the county on their draft PEIR that just said, hey, look, we are working with the Army Corps on this longer term plan. They are doing modeling, and we are going to use that modeling to substantiate the flows that we are going to need to sustain these longer term projects. We really want to make sure that you're tracking those quantities, and obviously we're closely coordinating with IID too, because once we have that modeling, once we know what we think we need to implement these projects, we'll have a much better sense about, okay, how are we going to make the math work, and particularly as the hydrology becomes more challenging, just modeling for success. But and I coordinate with Commissioner Gallardo's office all the time with the updates and the Lithium Valley proceedings that they're doing. So I would say the coordination is really strong, but the quantity amount from IID that we talked about at the Conservancy meeting last week, I was just kind of reflecting on that and trying to put it into context, because we do get a lot of questions about the coordination.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's all I had.
Good questions. Thank you. Board Member Morgan, any questions? Okay. All right. I have a few. Most of them are for later this afternoon. Longer range planning. I'm concerned about the hydrology, climate change, and so you're probably going to include that in the presentation. So I'll just wait for that. But a couple of questions on air quality. So as we just went through a discussion here on the monitoring for water quality, I know that you have the additional monitors, and so would just like to hear a little bit more about that, the public accessibility and real-time information on air quality, because I know the public is very concerned about that. I know there's a recent report that came out, I think it was UCLA, on impacts with dust and impacts on children in particular. So I'm sure that the community is very concerned. So what can you do to help kind of connect the dots between these dust mitigation projects and real concerns out there for communities in terms of what's happening right now on the ground?
I'm going to start, and then Mario and others can fill in. I've been with the program since 2019, and the overwhelming concern I have heard personally from the community is the impact to respiratory health within the Imperial Valley and in the Coachella Valley. It's very scary for a lot of families, and they suffer with various types of respiratory ailments and lots of questions associated with why. In the airshed, there's a lot of inputs. The Salton Sea has the potential to be a substantial one if the exposed lake bed goes unchecked. One thing that's happened is a positive thing, I would say, is the observance of these emergent wetlands. So some of that area of exposure is covered. Our projects, regardless of what type, applies a project method that will suppress dust. So if we're doing an aquatic habitat pond, we've applied water on an area that would otherwise be exposed, and all of them to some degree. So I just wanted just like that baseline. When we were working on setting up the structure for our vegetation enhancement projects, I think we've presented on this on the past. We were very concerned about understanding at the ground surface level, how do particles move? Where's the source? Where do they go? How big are they? Do they get really fine? Are we concerned about them becoming so fine that when you inhale them, there's a likelihood that it could harm your health? So on our project locations, we've installed the air quality monitoring network, and then that allows us to gather information to fill those data gaps. So we've been observing that with our projects, we've had about 90% reduction of dust relative to our project area. So that gives us at least some data information, and it also builds off of the network of IID's air quality monitoring effort around the sea. There are other entities that monitor air quality in different ways. So it's kind of an interesting puzzle piece in the region of how are you gathering data? Where are you gathering it? How are you gathering it? What are you measuring? But for us, it's very much focused on the exposed lake bed. We've recently compiled air quality data and we're putting together a website. Is it live? It's live. So and that happened in this year? So it's new news. So our air quality data is online. You can access that data. You can meet with us if you have questions about that data. So we are really working to leverage the work that we're doing in a way that allows us to collect data that's not only influential to our projects, but also to those questions that we're hearing within the community, because there is a lot of concern about that. Do you want to add to it?
Yeah, I would just say that, our monitors, are what we use to measure saltation. So that's the movement of ground particles or particles at the ground level kicking up other particles on our sites. That's the proxy by which we measure success of those those projects, is looking at, those numbers from the upwind station to the downwind station. And that's how we come up with these numbers, 75, 85, 90% reduction. So I would just stress that, those are specific to our projects, and, you will still see PM10 to PM2.5 readings, but that are coming over the site. But like I said, saltation is telling us that our sites are not a major contributor to those numbers, at least from those specific sites where we're capturing that data.
That's helpful. Thank you. It seems to me that because there are different monitors and different methods of collection, that might be something to work on in the future. How can your efforts and the information that you have be provided to the public in such a way that it can help them to better understand the various other pieces of information that they're receiving? And then also with respect to the wetlands, are you specifically, the dust suppression, you have monitors for the dust suppression, but then there's some incidental benefits on the wetlands project. So are there additional air quality monitoring sites near those projects as well?
Currently, we do not have monitors in those sites, but we preemptively did place monitors at the northern end of the sea. And that was in response to comments we received really on the onset of going into the dust suppression program. We had heard a concern from community members that there could be a data gap at the northern end of the sea, and they wanted to know what's the emissivity of where they live and where's the dust coming from. So we did have some air quality stations placed there. We, observing the data, found that it's relative to the other areas of the sea. It was the exposed lake bed itself was not a primary source of dust. It was blowing in from other areas. And then also in that area at the northern end of the sea, we have the agricultural drains that are spilling onto the area that had become exposed. And there's pretty good coverage of wetlands. Then that also helps with the dust suppression there. What we could consider doing is there's gaps in between the wetlands. So typically when the agricultural drain flows onto the exposed lake bed, you could see the wetlands emerge and there's gaps in between the drains. So we could consider putting air quality monitors there to see if we want to gather more information about those spotty areas. Anyone add anything?
Yeah, I'll just mention that on the resources page that Miguel had shown, the air quality website is on there. And there is a really good landing page that kind of, is kind of an overview of the website. So there's one that monitors real data, real-time data, and there's another one that hosts all of our archive data since we put our first monitoring stations out there. And there's kind of an instructions page, landing page on there for that. But more than willing to go through it with anybody who has questions about it, because this is not easy stuff to follow. It's very complex. We've tried to caveat it, and we've tried to, put a landing page to kind of, level set and, talk about what we're doing. But it is very difficult to, comprehend. And so we're really willing to, set up meetings with anybody wanting to understand it a little better.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we can't do that here, but the work that you're doing on water quality, those quarterly meetings with the different entities that are involved, I really liked some of the things you were saying about not having repetitive monitoring. Maybe you could do something like that on the air quality side, meeting with the air district and other entities that have monitoring to see where you might need to fill in on the gaps for monitoring, and then also providing information so that it's easy for the public to understand. Another question that I had.
May I butt
Oh,
in just a little
sorry.
bit real quick? I had my hand up.
I'm sorry, I
Just so
didn't
that,
notice.
just so that you're aware, the MIP work plan is being done annually, and that is an opportunity for the community to tell us all the projects that are going on, to see the stuff that is going on with each other's projects, and to give input on how you can change those monitoring to work for someone else. So what we do is we have a annual work plan in October, and we say all the stuff that we're going to be doing the next year that we know about around the sea, and that it's all volunteer. So what people voluntarily want to tell us, but they can also speak to other groups and say, if you tweak it just this a little bit, I can get the information that I need, and ask if that can be done. That's an opportunity for anyone to do that if needed. Also, the Science Committee does have the academic and the know-how of new information that's coming out for air quality and those kind of things. And they have examined some of that and using that to see as a basis for their information for research and other things, such as UCR's research. So I just wanted to make that.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then Mr. Lanos, some additional questions on the dust suppression projects. So that aerial photograph of the incidental benefits for the adjacent areas, that's just, really exciting to see. So this is it's seed that blows over from the projects, the specific projects. Just want to hear a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so I guess the different species of halophytic plants that we're using in the seed mix, they all go to seed during the summertime and will kind of blow over. And because there's that robust seed bank in the area, it's kind of blowing all over to adjacent areas. Over the last several years, we've gotten some really good, not as much rainfall as other places, but we've gotten some good storms in short amount of times, just flash floods coming through the area. We've also put in some stormwater spreading features throughout our sites, little furrows that kind of spread the water throughout the sites, and even off out into adjacent sites. So that's where we're seeing a lot of the natural recruitment, carrying that seed from our sites off adjacent sites that we're looking to expand on that I talked about earlier, and really giving those areas some natural recruitments at a high level. Because if you go through to 2001 on those sites through like Google Earth and zoom in on those exact sites, pretty barren. And so even that picture that I showed, I would say there's quite a bit more vegetation there just from the last couple of years of just the storms that have come through there in such a short amount of time, and plants kind of naturalizing out there. So it's a really great sign that, showing that the projects are not only successful in the, fostering new growth within our project sites, but getting new growth on adjacent sites and downstream.
Great. And so the next question is, are you considering that with future dust suppression sites? The benefit of the actual footprint for the dust suppression, and then some adjacent lands that, might be a good fit
Yeah, I mean,
to replicate what you're already seeing. And then just to add to it, also looking at, are you seeing any reduction in cost through time? In other words, are you getting better at, getting the hay bales out there, doing the plantings, looking to see, the economy of scale, and through time, the reduction of projects that are somewhat repetitive?
Yeah, I mean, I would say one major kind of deviation from like the first sites that we planted on, we had, contract grown plants throughout the sites, and having to go in and, plant each individual plant as opposed to laying seed down. We found that the seed was catching up just as fast as the individual seedlings that we were having contract grown for these sites. So we slowly phased away and now we're completely doing seeding in all areas, cutting costs dramatically to the sites. It's also given us an opportunity to look at like, how we wean off the water in certain areas and how quickly they're establishing themselves. And even stressing them out a little bit so they start getting used to that condition when we eventually do have to take them off water. I think we're really learning a lot about, and capturing for, our O&M manuals and understanding, how long it's going to take to start weaning these areas off with water. As far as new areas, I think costs are going to go significantly down because I think the first part of these projects is putting, it's hard to get out onto these sites and get equipment and machinery out there. So putting these access roads on the site is very costly, but we have to do it to get out onto the site safely and get all the bales and equipment and everything out there. So we'll be taking advantage of some of those already built access roads, some of the infrastructure that's in, like the production wells, the groundwater wells that are out there, watering these sites. I think is going to be really key in exploring these areas around established areas to transition to and make use of that infrastructure.
Great. Thank you for that. All right. Another question, Board Member Firestone.
I'm sorry, I know I already went, but I just wanted to follow up on the air quality. And I was thinking I was going to bring this up in the afternoon, but just I think it's a little related to this is, we aren't going to meet the targets that we set. Maybe I'm not supposed to say that, but it does. I think we all see that we're not going to. But you're going to talk, I assume, more on how we're underway in terms of maybe meeting them at a later date. So I think the original date that we had in there, but we'll talk more, I think, in the afternoon on this, unless you want to speak to it now. But I do feel like even though there's a lot of different air quality sources, challenges in the area, and I mean, the good news is that there's everything that we just talked about in terms of maybe fewer air quality impacts from what's happened with the sea that was leading to the commitments in this 10-year plan than originally expected. Since we aren't likely to meet the targets and we're behind on the targets for dust suppression that were in the plan, I do really want to encourage everyone, whether it's CNRA, but also looking at the various resources and partners out there to be seeing how we can put resources towards other types of mitigation that, especially in the short term, could be more immediate, even, and provide benefits beyond just the impacts that are caused by the sea changes, but address these broader public health air quality impacts. So, for example, one of the suggestions, I know there, I think it was Michael Cohen had written some article about this, suggesting that there be some investments in indoor air quality filters that could have, a more immediate public health benefit. And I again, not that air quality is all on the CNRA and the Salton Sea Management Plan. As you said, I think there's huge, both natural and other sources. But I think obviously this team and I think everyone involved really cares about this issue and identifying pots of funding and resources to be able to get indoor air quality or indoor air filters. It's something in our other programs, I'm thinking of Sigma and, some of the irrigated ag programs that we have where we have these more immediate public health mitigation efforts, especially if it takes time to get in some of these bigger projects. So I just want to encourage folks to look at that. I'm happy. Feel free to speak on it now, but I was thinking you may also touch on it in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're raising a really important distinction between the projects that we talk about, but also just the broader impacts. And certainly the study from UCLA that you raised, Vice Chair Diamo, I read that study as well. Obviously, when you're talking about something as important as children's health, it's something to be taken extremely seriously. And I think one challenge for our program is that obviously, we're focused on the Salton Sea, but you've got these regional dynamics. But we've also got, I would say, one of the most invested teams on the ground. So I think a conversation that I think is appropriate for this afternoon is how do we make that transition from not just implementing our projects, but also promoting kind of a more cohesive, collated, and as easily digestible as we can be, resource so that folks understand, impacts, resources, and just information that pertains not just to the direct, Salton Sea, but to all of these other very dynamic regional issues. And I will say it's something that we've tried to get more acquainted with. And I know that IID has a very sophisticated and robust air quality management program. Comité Civico also has air quality monitors, and then we've got our, I think, 21 air quality monitors around our projects. And so I do think that, over the course of the next year and beyond, we got to do more to coordinate that and make sure that we're understanding the coverage of one another, and then ideally communicating this in a way that is, as easy to understand as this information, can be.
And then, if you don't mind, if I can add to that, focusing on the work that we have done. So we acknowledge this. I think we've tried our best to be transparent about the fact that we're working really hard to catch up, but we're also we're very concerned about the air quality as well. We spend a lot of time in the region. We are developing relationships with the people in the region. We care about them. So what we have been doing, given the dynamic that we're in, is having some strategy around prioritizing the areas that have the potential to be the most emissive. And that's where we hit first. And Mario was describing about how we have this a strategy now, this opportunity to leverage what we've already done and expand it. And we're prioritizing that because of wanting to be able to have a better impact on how we can mitigate the amount of dust. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit. And then also this challenge about funding and the things that fall within the scope of what our program's funding allows us to do. And then the things that we wish we could do should we had the, if we had the funding available. Last year, I think it was last year, we talked about the community needs report. Do you remember that report? And that the inspiration from that report is that we're spending a lot of time in the region. We get to hear about all sorts of things related to our program, not related to our program. And it was an opportunity for us to take that information, compile it into a state document that describes the needs, and also challenged us to think about what are some of the things that we could do that we just, now we're aware of it, we could try to incorporate it. Things that we might be a little bit creative, but it's possible, like trying to get the extra money to bring in funding that could cover some of the things that our projects do not cover, like trails, things like that. And then other items that are very important, but it might be kind of a hard stretch to figure out how our specific agencies could cover it, but definitely falls under the purview of state agencies. So just wanted to flag that it's on our radar, and we're trying to figure out what to do, and it's like a day-to-day effort on trying to be creative on figuring out how to make it work.
Yeah, I will say I've really seen that. And I think that the incredible leadership, Miguel, that you and Mario and everyone have shown in terms of building that connection and feedback loop, like meaningful feedback loop. I've really seen how in the program is taking to heart the needs that the community has identified and the concerns into everything you do. And just that, I will just say over the 8 hearings that I've been able to be a part of, the transformation in that relationship and listening, and then also resulting in identifying, you mentioned some of those additional pots of funding that that is resulting in impacts that are responsive to that, not just giving people space to be heard, but actually seeing responses to that. I see it and I commend it and I appreciate it.
And one thing that I want to say real quick in regards to air filtration systems and perhaps the partnerships that we've built, special shout out to South Coast NQMD and the Imperial Valley Air Pollution Control District. They do have programs that they offer every so often for air filtration systems. And when that opportunity comes around, we do try to connect them with our network, with the folks that have already either subscribed to our newsletter or that we have heard from the community, and we just try to link them and let them do their thing so they can actually get the systems at home.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for those additional questions. Okay, well, good discussion. Thank you all. And we're going to move on to some public comment, our first opportunity. We only have 9 commenters that have signed up, so we might be able to get through that all in this period of time before we break for lunch. So thank you, and we'll see several of you this afternoon. Okay, so moving on to public comment, we'll start with just a reminder that we have 3 minutes for public comment, but because there's not as many as we expected, I think it's fine for us to go over target for 3, but if you need more time, you'll be granted. So we'll start off with Lauren Elachi with Audubon.
Hi there. Good morning, Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Lauren Elachi, and I am the Southern California Program Director with Audubon. For several years, we've been collecting on-the-ground data on shorebirds across the western United States and comparing those numbers to similar surveys taken in the 1980s. Our preliminary data indicate declines of roughly 50 to 70% in shorebird abundance across most taxonomic groups during that time. Simultaneously, we are seeing more and more shorebirds relying on the Salton Sea during migration, as you've been hearing about in the last presentation. That combination of continued decline across the western United States and increased dependence on the Salton Sea underscores just how critical this ecosystem has become. The Salton Sea remains one of the most important saline lake habitats for birds. As habitats continue to disappear across the region, the sea's importance to migratory shorebirds and waterbirds has only grown. Projects such as the Species Conservation Habitat are an amazing and unprecedented demonstration of both the value and the potential of habitat restoration at the sea, and we commend the hard work that the state has put towards making projects like this a reality. But as we all know, we need more types of habitats, more types of infrastructure with multiple benefits, and more locations, and obviously not just at the southern end of the sea as well. This will require a broad network of projects and partnerships across the region. We see collaborative partnerships as a key way of accomplishing that. As you've heard, Audubon's work with California Natural Resources Agency and the Department of Water Resources at the Bombay Beach Wetland Restoration Site is one example of how these efforts can be expanded and strengthened. Through that partnership, we've been able to work with the state to genuinely and consistently engage the community and to bring additional federal funding to include public access infrastructure that may not have been possible with state dollars alone. This type of complementary funding will help to bolster state projects, create stewardship opportunities, and broaden impact. Without a collaborative partnership, this outcome would have been much less likely. We appreciate the state's continued leadership and partnership on these efforts to build projects that benefit local communities and help reverse the loss of bird populations, and we look forward to continuing to work together on future projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elachi. Next, we have Juan Pablo Landeros with Salton Sea Conservation Coalition.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to introduce myself and my nonprofit. My name is Juan Pablo Landeros. I'm a president of the Salton Sea Conservation Coalition, and I'm board member of the Sea and Desert Interpreter Association. Our organization, the Sea and Desert Interpreter Association, has visitor centers from the state recreational area in the Salton Sea and Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge. I would like to again emphasize the critical need of wetlands and their maintenance, and the Salton Sea and our excuse me, and our maintenance through the Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge. Once again, I just want to introduce myself and our number of projects that we are trying to do, such as restoring wetlands in Sunny Bono, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next, we have Dan Orr with Audubon, California. Good morning.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity to speak once again. I'm Dan Orr with Audubon, California. I direct our geospatial science program there. I really wanted to applaud all of the work that's been done by the Salton Sea program now. And all the work on the SCH, it's a beautiful site. I've been there, and it's great to see that coming online. The really creative approaches to dust suppression that also benefit habitat. That's been really exciting to see. And then also now finally kind of incorporating the wetlands into some of these habitat projects. So these naturally kind of occurring wetlands from the runoff that used to just drain into the sea. And so Tina Shields was talking earlier about how it sounded like she was concerned with farm water supplies coming into the future with the Colorado River negotiations and just climate in general. I also see that as a problem. We see that as a problem because if the farmers have less water, there's less water going, not just to the sea, but into these wetlands. The wetlands are predominantly, the water sources there are really they're predominantly agricultural. And so as the farmers get less water, there's less water going into the wetlands. We don't know exactly how much water it takes to maintain these wetlands. And so that's kind of a concern as farmers get better at irrigating, that also means fewer acre feet of water going into the sea. So that's kind of a concern of ours that we share with IED, I think. And I'm also really excited to see the data hub come out. That's been, something that we've been waiting for a while. And I'm really excited to see this progress and into a shared data portal that, all the people at the sea can then deposit information here and share amongst each other and also with the public. And so I'm really excited to see this it's great to see online, but I want to see the continued development of that. The momentum here has been really great over this administration, the Newsom administration, and it's great to see. I know we're short. I think everybody realizes that, but it's great to see this momentum, and I really hope that continues with whoever comes next. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your comments. Next is Chris Stransky, GEI Consultants.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I didn't really have any specific questions or comments. I just wanted to thank you for holding this great workshop and sharing the information. I'm a senior scientist with GI Consultants and also the president of the Society of Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry for North America. So just keeping an eye on this, I'll be looking to also try to take the information from here and maybe have it shared with our society and have some scientific presentations that highlight the great work that's happening here. So look forward to staying in touch. Real interested in the water quality components as well, how that interacts with the sea, the inputs and the wetlands. And that's kind of all I had. Just wanted to say thank you.
Very good. Thank you for participating.
Yeah.
Next is Camila Bautista, Audubon, California.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chair and board members and everybody in the room. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Camila Bautista, and I'm the Salton Sea and Desert Program Manager for Audubon, California. And I promise I'm the last Audubonner to speak today. I was born and raised in the Coachella Valley, and much of my work focuses on habitat restoration on Bombay Beach, working with the state, as well as bird monitoring across the sea and community engagement around the sea. I just wanted to acknowledge the efforts by the state agencies and partners working to address these super complex challenges that the Salton Sea and the region as a whole is facing. I know the scale of the work is enormous, and I recognize that there are real constraints related to funding, water availability, permitting, and changing environmental conditions. And I really do appreciate the progress being made and the willingness to continue adapting as conditions are evolving, like before our very eyes. As restoration planning moves forward, I wanted to encourage continued investment in a diversity of habitat types and locations around the sea. Efforts in the southern portion of the sea are critically important, and they're showing really great, excellent results. But I also just appreciate that the state is exploring opportunities in the North Lake region because there are a lot of significant emerging wetland habitats there. And I think continuing to evaluate and expand these opportunities across different areas of the sea, like in the north, will help avoid ecological bottlenecks, and it just in general will improve resiliency for the hundreds of thousands of migratory bird populations that rely on the Pacific Flyway. So I look forward to hearing about the continued progress on projects in the north. I also wanted to emphasize the importance of continuing to utilize the Salton Sea Science Committee as a collaborative venue for discussing like monitoring results, identifying science gaps, and supporting adaptive management. I'm sure it's something you are already doing, and we did hear from Tanya a bit earlier and others on how it's being used. But from my perspective, I feel like it's a really great resource that could be utilized more. And as conditions at the sea continue to change quickly, I think maintaining strong coordination between agencies, researchers, and practitioners will remain essential. And maybe it's just like we need to hear more public communications on how the science committee is being utilized. And equally important to that is ensuring that local communities remain part of the planning and restoration conversation. Community engagement and public access are not separate from restoration success. To me, they are an important part of it. The state's Salton Sea program, I think, has made very meaningful progress in that area, and I appreciate those efforts. And I'm glad that we have had the opportunity as Audubon to partner on community events together. And I just want to iterate that it's important that we continue seeing that level of engagement moving forward. And just an example of why that is important to me is like I've met residents who have lived near the sea for years, but have never had the opportunity to experience the wetlands or bird habitat that are there today. So through events that we've hosted, like field visits and community like bird walks, we've seen how access to these spaces can completely shift people's perspectives. So community members often leave with a new understanding of the Salton Sea, recognizing not only its challenges, but also its ecological importance and potential. These experiences help build stewardship while also strengthening long-term community engagement around the sea. But yeah, thank you guys for your continued work and commitment to the Salton Sea, and I really appreciate the opportunity to provide comment, and I just look forward to continued collaboration and progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sar Tide with Nurium.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
Good
I'm
morning.
sorry. Good morning. I'm sorry, Tide. I'm in Bombay Beach, California. Uh, I've been at these meetings a lot too. I feel like a lot of you guys have, and I just wanted to note, like, I've also been at other meetings that the IID have been speaking on what will happen to the Colorado River water from the agriculture to the sea. And I had one meeting in 2023, I believe. It was a farm workers meeting for the agriculture in the valley. And one representative specifically said that the sea will get what it gets when it comes to the agricultural runoff, meaning that there is no guarantee of what the sea will get. I don't know if that's changed since IID has been in so many of the conservancies and the boards that have been required to mitigate the dust. But one note that they did say out loud in public was that the dust is the problem for them, not the sea. So unless they have changed their tune and now care about the sea, I don't know if that's going to change. In addition, the most dust that, from what I remember from all of the from all the reports, the annual reports, is that the dust is mainly coming from right now is the naval base that still has mountains of sand. So much sand that it's basically like a mini Glamis. And if nobody knows what Glamis is one of the premier locations for off-roading in the United States. People come from around the world to go off-roading there because of the sand dunes that are so giant. And in the naval base, they're about a quarter of the size, but it's a lot. It's a lot of sand. Like, I'm not exaggerating how much sand is there. And if you are ever there during a dust storm, you can't see anything, even if you're standing right next to the sea. That's my only notes. I'm not sure if anything will change. As you guys already noted, like, the dust hasn't really changed, and it seems as though it's because the dust hasn't really been the problem for this organizations. It's mainly been trying to figure out how to get water into the sea, but nobody's actually been trying to take care of the dust that's around the sea, the sand that's around the sea that's making the dust that's picking up every time it gets windy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brian Schmid with Formation. Good morning.
Good afternoon, or good morning, members of the board. My name is Brian Schmid. I'm the Air Quality Program Manager for IID's Air Quality Program, providing comment today on behalf of IID. I just want to make a few kind of clarifications on some of the air quality questions that were brought up today. So at the end of 2025, at the low stand of the Salton Sea, yearly low stand of the Salton Sea, there were roughly 43,000 acres of exposed playa. Of that 43,000 acres of exposed playa, nearly 9,000 acres was naturally vegetated area. So we talk about these emergent wetlands that Dan was talking about, that others have been talking about. That's been a significant component of the landscape for some time. It represents about 20% of the exposed playas. Already kind of naturally has some dust control associated with it. When you look at we do a yearly emissions estimate. We've done this since 2017. It's been peer reviewed numerous times with journal articles as well. What our estimate shows us is that the remaining 80% of the exposed playa produces about 280 tons this last year of dust. When you put that into perspective, we also estimate what's coming from upwind from the desert sources. It's about 30,000 tons per year. So our goal is to keep the playa at low levels, right? But overwhelmingly, what's happening in the valley is what's coming from the desert. So again, to put that 30,000 tons per year that's coming from the desert into perspective, Owens Lake pre-control, which I also work on, was around 38,000 tons per year pre-control. So it's a pretty sizable source. It's a natural source, but it's a sizable source that we all have to be aware of. When it comes to what's coming from the playa, that 280 tons, what we found over the years is that about 20% of the area produces over 80% of that 280 tons. So what that means is we can prioritize. As folks from the Salton Sea Management Program talked about, we work actively to prioritize where those projects need to be to get the most bang for our buck. And like I said, as we move forward in the next 5 years, we think that there's going to be at least 25,000 acres of additional exposed playa. By the end of 2046, over 90,000 acres of exposed playa. So while we've made great progress, there's a lot of challenges ahead of us. And we look forward to working with the state in that process. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And then last, Michael Cohen with the Pacific Institute in the afternoon. Okay, so we will come back to him in the afternoon after our second panel. And we're breaking early here, which is nice. We're moving right along. So I just want to check with Ms. Montgomery. because of, schedules. And it sounds like folks were warned to be flexible. So just checking to make sure that if we break now and do an hour, little over an hour lunch and come back at 12:30, if that would, do you see any issues with the afternoon panels?
I don't. We have our whole first panel here now, so they're ready to go, and we've informed our second panel that they're going to be coming up earlier than expected.
All right, sounds good. So we'll see you all at 12:30. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Now we're moving into our afternoon panels, lessons learned in 2025, planning beyond the 10-year phase ending in 2028. Okay, Mr. Shea, we'll let you kick it off.
All right. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Diadamo and members of the board. So I'll just say a couple words off the top here. This morning, we talked a little bit about how we changed the name of our program from, informally, the Salton Sea Management Program to the Salton Sea Program. And we did this because we heard from members of the public who were confused, again, about the distinction between our program's name and the other SSMP acronym, the Salton Sea Management Plan. I just want to unpack this for a moment because I think right now, as we sit here in 2026, the distinction has really never been more significant. The Salton Sea Management Plan will turn 8 years old this August. It has served as a guiding pillar for our program, along with other documents and policy directives, obviously, like the stipulated order. Without the guidance and direction from documents like the management plan, we wouldn't have all of the projects or the lengthy list of lessons learned that will be really critical for delivering future success at the Salton Sea in the years to come. Whether it's challenges related to soil composition, engineering, hydrological modeling, water quality data collection, aligning project funding sources with the different legal requirements and reporting requirements and expiration dates, and advancing a project maybe with incomplete site access permissions. Each one of these challenges we've learned can make or break a project, and our team has found workable paths forward. But as we look back at how challenging these issues have been and how much work lies ahead for us to get to 29,800 acres, we must also resist the urge to have tunnel vision. Because 29,000 acres of projects is a major, major milestone. But there's still work to do beyond it. And the SSMP, the plan, is clear about that. It's an initial phase focused on high-risk areas of emissive lake bed. And this is why the Corps' work is so critical at this time. It's a natural extension and expansion of our work and our desire to bring cleaner water, plants, and wildlife back to the Salton Sea on an even larger scale. Folks at the Corps are experienced in implementing massive ecosystem restoration projects, the largest in the United States, and they want to work with us. Given the shared desire that I think each one of us has to see more progress happen at the Salton Sea, it's absolutely critical that we find a way to work with them. And I will also just say that over the last 6 weeks, I've felt increasingly energized and hopeful and determined that we can do this. We've hosted about 6 public meetings over the last month or so. We've probably connected with 300 or so members of the public. I want to acknowledge Miguel Hernandez from our team who has led on doing all of this and pulled off all of these public meetings so brilliantly over the last several weeks. Over the course of these meetings and talking to all these folks, I've been reminded of the author Tracy Bryn Voiles, who talks about the Salton Sea and says that what makes the Salton Sea so special is that it's long existed at the intersection of nature and culture. This point was very apparent in the conversations I had with community members who came to our meetings. I talked to young families who recently moved to the area and are trying to achieve the California dream, and multi-generational families with deep roots in the region and on both sides of the border, as well as artists, conservationists, retired folks, and kids taking care of aging parents, growers and farm workers who are feeding our communities. The one thing that all these folks shared in common across this incredible diversity of backgrounds is that they care deeply about the sea. I think that's something we all share in common. They love this place and they want to work towards a brighter future. And in trying to connect this to our work and to the Salton Sea Management Plan, one thing I think the management plan does well is it expresses critical work that needs to happen at the Salton Sea through a numerical lens. It's data-driven. It focuses on metrics to manage challenges to the ecosystem. But in these public meetings, Salton Sea community members are quick to remind me of a time when the sea was not something to be managed, it was something to be experienced. And I think this reminder from community members is an invitation to our program to evolve from a focus on implementing the management plan to working towards a shared vision for a brighter future for the Salton Sea with community members. One that is ambitious, but also realistic, and does not give up on the idea that the sea can be something that can be experienced again. So that's why we're all bought in. That's why the governor proposed this new funding in January, focused on recreational opportunities. That's why we continue to support this effort with the Corps. We want projects that are both data-driven and foster a deeper connection to the folks who love the Salton Sea and call this region home. And since we know that the Salton Sea is a very challenging place to do this work, we also need to recognize that achieving an ambitious but realistic shared vision for the sea with communities means we can't leave anybody on the sidelines, particularly because these projects take time to plan, permit, construct, and complete. There's just too much work to get done. We can't leave anybody on the sidelines. We have to work with every willing partner if we're bought into this vision, and this must include the Army Corps. Since there's been so much work over the last several years to put wind in the sails of this process and stand it up, we've got to make sure that that momentum continues. And so that's what we're here to talk about a little bit today. And I want to pass it over to Patrick O'Dowd to talk a little bit more in detail about what we're teeing up, and then we'll get to the Army Corps. Thank you.
Isn't he great? I think we're, the Salton Sea Authority, the local community is so fortunate. We've developed such a strong and working relationship with the DWR and CNRA, and now our new partners with the Army Corps of Engineers. But I digress. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. My name is Patrick O'Dowd. I'm the Executive Director of the Salton Sea Authority, the joint powers agency that serves as the primary regional coordinator and non-federal sponsor for Salton Sea restoration for more than 30 years. I want to put this moment in its proper context. What is happening at the Salton Sea right now is the result of a very long history, and understanding that history is the only way to understand what we still need to do. The Salton Sea is not a natural disaster. It is not simply a California problem that developed in isolation. It is the direct result of how the federal government designed and built the Colorado River water delivery system more than a century ago. In 1893, before a single irrigation canal had been dug in the Imperial Valley, the engineer designing the first irrigation system calculated that the Salton Sink would receive all the agricultural drainage from the valley. That wasn't an accident, it was the plan. The Salton Sea's job from the very beginning was to be the drain at the bottom of the system. In 1924, Calvin Coolidge made it official. He formally set aside more than 100,000 acres of federal land and reserved them, in his own words, for creating a reservoir in the Salton Sea for storage of waste and seepage water from the irrigated land in the Imperial Valley. 4 years later, Congress authorized the Hoover Dam and the All-American Canal. The federal drainage reservoir and the federal water delivery system were built together in the same era, parts of the same design. Here is what happened next. 3 times, the federal government looked at what it had built and deferred the obligation to the next generation. In 1950, the man who ran the Imperial Irrigation District testified before a California Legislative Committee that the Salton Sea was, and I'm quoting directly from the record, dedicated for use as a drainage and waste cesspool. He described the salinity getting worse every year. He said the sea's decline was already determined. The federal government heard that testimony. It designated this basin as its drainage reservoir 26 years earlier. It did nothing. In 1974, the federal government and the state of California put out a joint report identifying real workable plans to address the salinity problem. They said time was of the essence. They had a plan. Nobody funded it. Nobody built it. The federal government deferred action again. In 2003, the Bureau of Reclamation completed a full status report. They looked at restoration alternatives. They knew what needed to be done, but they said they couldn't justify the cost without direction from Congress. So they sent the question back to Congress. Congress didn't answer. 1950, 1974, 2003. 3 times the federal government acknowledged what it had built, recognized what was happening, and handed the problem to the next generation. That next generation is the people sitting in this room and the people watching from home. To be fair, California did not stand by and do nothing. When the quantification settlement agreement was signed in 2003, a water transfer that reduced the flows into the sea was approved with the Bureau of Reclamation at the table. The state took on real restoration responsibilities. California has spent money, developed plans, and built projects at the sea. That work matters and is appreciated. But California could not carry the federal obligation by itself. The underlying responsibility, the one that has existed at least since 1924, was always federal. And for decades, the federal government was not at the table in any meaningful way. The authority has spent 30 years to change that, coordinating the regional work that no single agency would do, building the institutional record, developing the perimeter lake concept that became the basis for federal study authorization, serving as the non-federal sponsor, along with DWR, that finally gave the Army Corps of Engineers the partner it needed to move forward. We did not wait for the federal government to show up. We went and got them. And now, for the first time in history of this basin, we have something no prior generation was able to produce. The Army Corps of Engineers is conducting a $22 million feasibility study, the most comprehensive federal planning effort ever conducting at the sea. It has been designated a mega study. It is targeting a chief's report that recommends construction, not another reconnaissance, not another pilot, not another plan that gets shelved, a federal recommendation to build. The federal government's own post-2026 Colorado River Environmental Review now points to this study as its primary tool for addressing the Salton Sea's role in the broader river system. The Torres-Martinez Desert Cahuilla Indians, whose lands have been flooded by this system for generations, have demanded that the federal government account for what it has done to their trust lands. Congress authorized a research project in 1992, a federal study in 2004, pilot projects in 2007. And in 2016, Congress made a change that matters more than any of those. It replaced the words pilot project with the word program. A pilot project ends when the experiment is over. A program, one whose purpose is managing drainage from a water delivery system it runs every single day, does not end. In 2016, Congress shifted the authorization framework from isolated pilot projects towards an ongoing federal restoration program. We are now building the case to make that ongoing commitment permanent in fact, not just in law. One more thing that needs to be said plainly. The communities of the Imperial and Coachella Valleys did not create this problem. They have been living with it, the dust, the health impacts, the economic burdens, while shouldering the costs that were never theirs to carry alone. That is not right. The Colorado River system delivers water to 40 million people across 7 states. It grows food that feeds the country. It generates power that lights the Southwest. The people who benefited from the system are not just the farmers in the Imperial County. They are an entire nation. The resources to fix what that system created at the Salton Sea should come from the people who benefit from the system, not just from the people who happen to live closest to the damage. A permanent federal funding commitment matched to the scale of a permanent federal obligation is not asking for a handout. It is asking for the correct accounting of who owes what, and to whom. We have come further than any generation before us. The study is underway. The authorization chain is intact. Our federal and state partnerships are stronger than they have ever been. We are grateful for every partner in this room. But there's real work still ahead of us. We need Congress to fix the language that limits how the Corps counts the benefits of this project, particularly air quality, public health, and work on federal lands. We need to accelerate the study so the recommendation lands in time for the next round of federal water legislation. We need to build the permanent funding framework so that when recommendation comes, there is a place for it to go. And we need this board and the state partners in this room to stand with us in making clear that to the federal government that the deferral is over. The record is complete, the obligation is real, and the people of this region have waited long enough. The study that ends all studies is underway. 30 years of work by the authority and its partners made this possible. What comes next depends on whether the federal government finally matches the record it has been building since 1924 with the commitment that that record demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm going to hop in. So is that okay, Susie? Good afternoon. In case you missed it this morning, my name's Yvonne, and I work for the California Department of Water Resources. I'm trying to think about how to thread the needle here. What is very exciting about this process and what Joe and Patrick have been describing so well is that this effort is bringing together the collective knowledge and expertise of the federal government with the state government agencies as well as local partners, either reflected in the Torres Martinez Desert Kuya Indians tribe, on the Salton Sea Authority's board, the entities with jurisdiction over water, landowners, the counties, and we're all coming together to work on what do we do with this enormous challenge in front of us, looking beyond the work of the 10-year plan. So just a couple things about the relationship here. So we have currently a 50-50 cost share agreement in effect that we're splitting the cost with the federal government half and half to develop the study. At the end of the study, in the chief's report, when a project is recommended to Congress, historically, they have covered 65% of the cost to construct the project. So that is of great interest to us. We, for all the reasons explained this already, we want this effort to be successful, and we're all fully invested in it being successful. So I'm going to stop there because I think our presentation is going to take us through the steps of where we are, the inception of this long-term planning effort, what we've done so far, where are we right now, and where we're going to go. And that's the intent of today's presentation. And we really, hearing the feedback from last year's workshop, we heard that we should provide a meaningful update on this effort this year, and that's the intent of this panel.
Well, great. If you can go to the next slide, please. Wow, it's hard to follow up on all these guys. I thought I was going first, but now I gotta bring it in. No offense. Well, good afternoon. I'm Susie Ming. I'm the project manager from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I manage this Imperial Stream Salton Sea Ecosystem Restoration Feasibility Study. What you see up there is just a few people on our team that are kind of our leads. Along with me, I have a NEPA coordinator, Jesse Ray, project planners, Corey Stetzel and Lindsay Floyd, and our engineering tech leads, Susie Monk and Anna C. And as you see on the right, those are our non-federal sponsors, essential partners in our study. We definitely could not do anything without them, and we wouldn't. I will say that although you see those names on the left from the Army Corps, I am backed by about 15 to 18 team members. Geologists, real estate, cost estimators, hydraulic and hydrology engineers, you name it, we probably have it. So we have a lot of people who are doing a lot. So you might see me here, but I'm just kind of presenting. If you go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry about that. You can go to the next slide too. Okay, yeah. So for a bit of background, oh, you can go back to that one or wherever that was, maybe forward. Okay, perfect. Thank you. For a bit of background, the authority to study the Salton Sea came from a 2016 resolution of the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works. The resolution authorizes the Secretary of the Army to investigate ecosystem restoration opportunities at the Salton Sea and vicinity, including all tributaries. It also includes a clause on improving public health and safety in the study area. Next slide, please. As Yvonne said, the non-federal sponsors for our study are the California Department of Water Resources and the Salton Sea Authority. We signed a feasibility cost-sharing agreement in December of 2022. At that point, the study was $3 million in 3 years. No one expected the study to be $3 million in 3 years, understanding the complexity of the Salton Sea, but that's what we had at the time. We went and did a lot of work and estimated what it would take, and we amended that agreement in February of 2025. The cost share, as Yvonne said, is 50% federal and 50% non-federal. In February of 2026, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works launched the Building Infrastructure and Not Paperwork. You might have seen that initiative for the Army Corps' Civil Works program. The initiative is to accelerate implementation through easily actionable increments for complex projects. Well, the Salton Sea falls right in there, right? Our project team is working on incorporating this new strategy and framework where applicable to make the most risk-informed and decisive choice possible with the information available, including additional analysis. So I'm going to hand it off to Yvonne, and she's going to take over for a bit.
Not on. There we go. A couple of years ago, the California State Salton Sea program prepared a long-range plan to comply with the State Water Resources Control Board stipulated water rights order. It was developed with support and input from tribal leadership, community-based organizations, state, federal, and local agencies, as well as a broad range of other interested parties. The long-range plan identified concepts for long-term restoration of the Salton Sea beyond what is currently underway under the state's Phase 1 10-year plan. The evaluation criteria that was developed to evaluate the restoration concepts follows the guidelines for federal major water projects. And that was intentional. We were hoping we would be able to bring on this federal partnership, but we wanted to make sure that the time and effort and money that we were spending on the long-range plan could be meaningful to the feasibility study. So this was a way that we wanted to approach setting up the long-range plan to help facilitate this handoff to the Army Corps of Engineers-led Salton Sea feasibility study. Next slide, please. Right around the time that we released the draft long-range plan, we signed the funding agreement that we just referenced. And at that moment, we sent to the Army Corps of Engineers the draft plan, along with all of the public comment that we had received up until that point, because we wanted to make sure that the Army Corps of Engineers team had that information, and especially the public feedback, as they were setting up their required planning framework for the study. Then about a year or so later, we finalized the plan. We sent the final plan as well as the full compilation of all the feedback and comments we had received that was compiled into an appendix to the long-range plan. And that was also shared with the Army Corps of Engineers. The long-range plan evaluated 13 restoration concepts. At the end, the state recommended 8 restoration concepts for a more in-depth analysis under the Army Corps of Engineers feasibility study. Now, the core team ended up considering all 13 concepts to some degree, and most of this presentation is going to walk through the steps on how each one of the concepts was considered, and if they were screened, why they were screened. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Susie.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yvonne. But before I dive into the screening rationale, I wanted to provide, next slide. I wanted to provide some high-level information on the Army Corps' process. First, the Army Corps uses a standard decision-making process for all studies across the nation. By having a uniform set of rules, like the 6-step planning process, we ensure a level playing field, which allows decision-makers to compare a project in one state with projects in a different part of the country using the same objective metrics. Second, the same mission statement applies to every Army Corps ecosystem restoration study. As you can see on the slide, the mission is to restore degraded ecosystem structure, function, and dynamic processes to a more natural and less degraded condition. Note that our mission statement does not direct us to restore to a specific historical condition or perfectly pristine condition, but it does direct us to improve ecological health, reduce the impact of human activities, and promote a more natural or self-sustaining system to the extent possible. And finally, the Army Corps operates within a limited national budget for ecosystem restoration projects. This is why our standard decision-making process is so important. It helps us prioritize projects that provide the greatest environmental and economic benefit to the nation. And it ensures that every taxpayer dollar is invested wisely to achieve the most significant restoration outcomes. Next slide, please. At the beginning of the Salton Sea study, the study team, including our state and local partners, developed 3 study objectives that align with core policy and guidance. First and foremost, our primary objective is to restore habitat at the Salton Sea. Along with the primary objective, and given the unique nature of the Salton Sea watershed, we also created objectives to reduce dust emissions and create recreation features. Core policy and guidance also create some limitations for feasibility studies. The Corps does not have a pollution abatement mission. While the presence or absence of pollution is important to the quality of habitat, removal of introduced pollutants is not an Army Corps mission. Similarly, there are legal limitations on the purchase of water supply, service, or any temporary measure to restore habitat. And finally, we must avoid causing significant and permanent adverse impacts to the environment. Our goal is to create beneficial impacts, so it's imperative that our solutions don't create new, lasting problems in the watershed. Next slide, please. As Yvonne described earlier, the Corps adopted the restoration concepts developed and described in the long-range plan. It's important to note that these concepts or alternatives were developed to different levels or detail, some being more conceptual and others being more specific in location, type, size, or effect of each restoration measure. In addition to the concepts from the long-range plan, the Army Corps is currently in the process of developing alternatives 14 and 15. Alternative 14, the Natural Habitat Succession and Tributary Restoration Alternative, focuses on those areas of the playa that have not been addressed by the 10-year plan, with the intention of creating plant communities where water allows that provide both habitat and dust suppression benefits. Next slide. Alternative 15, the combination plan at this point in the study, is really a placeholder. It's an acknowledgement that some of these plans can be combined. And it is the intention of the study team to take the best performing measures from each plan and combine them into one alternative as appropriate. In addition to these alternatives, the Corps is also modeling and describing the no action alternative, which we also call the future without project condition. Should the Corps not do anything, this would be what it would be. The no action alternative is the Corps' estimation what would happen with the sea and the surrounding if no federal project is constructed. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the key criteria to evaluate alternative plans and determine whether each plan should be screened from consideration or retained for further evaluation in the study. Army Corps policy directs us to use a standard set of evaluation criteria. First, we must determine the degree to which a plan is effective at achieving the primary objective of restoring habitat. Second, we must assess whether an alternative plan is cost efficient in delivering those habitat benefits. And finally, we must assess whether an alternative plan complies with all Corps policy and federal laws. A plan must be fully compliant to even be considered for recommendation. In addition to the standard criteria, we also develop study-specific criteria to help us further distinguish between alternative plans. Those criteria include the time to build a project and realize benefits. For example, a plan that restores the ecosystem in 5 years is preferable to one that takes 20 years. The mitigation requirement criteria refers to the extent of mitigation required to address any adverse environmental impacts created by the plan. These impacts should preferably be minor and temporary. The operation and maintenance criteria refers to the activities and the cost to keep the project functioning in perpetuity, which is a cost solely borne by the non-federal sponsors. And finally, we will test the resilience of these alternative plans to a range of future inflow scenarios to understand how well they perform under future conditions. Next slide. Now that we've set this stage, I'll walk you through our screening decisions to date. I know this is a lot of information, but I will note that there's extensive rationale for screening many of these alternative plans, but I'm going, in the interest of time, to just focus on the most important reasons why we screened out these alternatives. It's important to note that we have not yet selected a plan to recommend to Congress for construction at this point. We are simply narrowing down the alternatives that we will further evaluate throughout the remainder of the study. Next slide, please. All right. We'll begin with alternative 6, the South Lake Restoration and Enhanced Vegetation. This alternative has similar measures to other restoration concepts. It was not considered a full restoration concept in the long-range plan. From the Army Corps' perspective, it is not a distinctly different alternative, but rather a variation of other restoration concepts. For example, the concept of impounding water to manage salinity is included in several plans. Both the salinity management approach and vegetation enhancement measures can be retained and combined into other plans as appropriate. Alternative 6 is screened because it's not distinctly different than the other restoration plans. Next slide. This group of alternatives that you see that are screened and crossed out above are screened for multiple reasons, but primarily because they're not effective at creating habitat from a Corps' policy perspective, or because the scale of the restoration does not address the magnitude of the degradation at the sea. Many of the measures described in these alternatives, like vegetation enhancement measures, are good things to do and once again will be incorporated into the other plans. Note that we are also screening Corps' Alternative 14, primarily because it does not include any salinity management measures, and it can be incorporated into other plans as well. Next slide, please. Okay, turning our attention now to two alternatives, Alternative 12 and 13, that involve bringing more water into the sea. Both alternatives are screened due to legal restrictions associated with acquiring water supply and because they are not policy compliant. The basic concept supporting these screening decisions is that the federal government cannot invest in any temporary water supply service or voluntary water conservation practices. Basically, we would not spend the federal taxpayer dollars on a measure that cannot be guaranteed in perpetuity. Next slide, please. Alternative 1, the North and South Marine Sea, is screened primarily because it is not cost efficient compared to the other plans. In other words, there are less expensive ways to achieve similar or greater habitat benefits. This plan also has a very high constructability risks, meaning that it could be extremely difficult to build and would likely result in significant cost increases. Because Alternative 1 is inefficient from a cost-benefit perspective and carries unacceptable levels of seismic and construction risk, it should not be considered for federal investment. Therefore, it was screened from consideration in favor of a more resilient and cost-effective solution. Next slide. As you see here, both Alternative 4 and Alternative 7, the pump-out alternative and water recycling alternative, perform poorly on the study-specific criteria assessment. Both alternative plans would take a very long time to realize benefits, with an estimated timeline of about 45 years. Both plans also have significant adverse environmental impacts that would require extensive mitigation, which is both a study-specific evaluation criteria and a policy constraint. They also have very high operation and maintenance requirements due to intensive continuous human intervention required to function. Given these assessments, both were screened from further consideration. Next slide, please. And finally, the ocean water import alternative is screened from further consideration due to its evaluation criteria assessment. The primary reason for screening this alternative is because it's not cost efficient compared to the other plans. While cost efficiency is the primary driver for screening, we also identified severe risks regarding the long-term sustainability and legal implementation of this alternative. This plan would cause significant and permanent negative environmental impacts, which we are mandated to avoid when more sustainable alternatives exist. Next slide, please. The 30-year timeline required to realize benefits is incompatible with the immediate ecological and health crisis at the Salton Sea. The plan will require significant operation and maintenance activities in perpetuity at a very high cost with an unknown funding source. And finally, the route through Mexico introduces extreme risks regarding international real estate acquisition, permitting, and treaty negotiations. Given that, we identified restoration alternatives that are more cost-effective, faster to implement, and carry significantly lower risk. Alternative 11 is formally screened from the study. Next slide, please. I've just walked you through the rationale for screening the 11 alternatives and telling you what we're not moving forward with, but that leaves us with 4 remaining alternatives that could provide tens of thousands of acres of habitat and transform the Salton Sea watershed. If implemented, any one of these restoration plans would rank amongst the largest ecosystem restoration projects the Corps has ever done. Our immediate next steps are further analysis of these alternatives and eventually select one plan to recommend to Congress. First, we'll develop Alternative 15 by combining the best performing measures from all the plans we've looked at, including some that were previously screened. Next slide. We will also identify opportunities to add recreation like trails or access points where they align with our primary restoration goals. We'll develop detailed hydraulic and hydraulic models to assess the performance of each plan. Finally, the Army Corps will identify the plan that maximizes habitat benefits compared to costs. Usually, this is the plan recommended to Congress for implementation. However, if our sponsors so desire, they may select a locally preferred plan, which may be recommended to Congress instead of the Army Corps' plan if it provides additional local benefits and the sponsors are willing to pay the additional incremental costs. Next slide. So just talking about, where we're coming from the long-range plan, but here are the benefits of being part of the Army Corps project, some that Joe and Patrick have already outlined. Opportunities for up to 65% federal cost share in the construction, recreational benefits, an ecosystem restoration project larger than what the state has already implemented, and regional economic benefits. Next slide. This graphic shows the multiple phases of an Army Corps project. The green shows the feasibility phase in which we're in, and the blue show following phases. We call the next phase pre-construction engineering and design, where we do actual design and construction and right to the construction contract. The next one is construction, where we actually build it. And the final phase is operation and maintenance, where we hand it over to our non-federal sponsors. The graphic does show future engagement opportunities and past ones as well. But you can see there where we are. We're in the alternative evaluation and analysis part of the feasibility phase. It represents, we just had, I don't think you mentioned this, Yvonne, but we just had a series of public meetings in the end of April, which were really informative. So we really appreciated being out there, hearing from the community, hearing from agencies. So that was really helpful for us as we move along in this process. Our next opportunity for future engagement will be the release of the draft report. At this time, we don't have a firm date as we're implementing that strategy to implement quicker. So we're really pulling in that framework, and we'll have that information as soon as we can. I'm going to turn it over to any of my fellow presenters if they'd like to add anything.
Yeah, I think this concludes, I think this is the last slide of the presentation, so happy to take questions.
All right, very good. Well, thank you. Thank you for that thorough update on your process and the current stage that you're in. Turning to my colleagues for any questions. Okay, I have oh, go ahead, I'll follow. Okay, so my question has to do with an item that Board Member McGuire teed up earlier, and that was what's going on in the Colorado, climate change, and just if you could expand, Ms. Ming, on the report and what your assumptions are on water availability, water supply from the Colorado.
I'm going to be really kind of overarching since I am not the hydrologist or hydraulic engineer. I will say that we are running 50 years of hydraulic scenarios for the analysis. So we went out and looked at different scenarios, right? And we came up with 4 long-term scenarios that we're going to move further along with. One is based on observed data. Another one is minimum legal allocations to the agricultural districts from the Colorado River. The third is a minimum and maximum legal allocations with random annual variations. You have to understand this is like a model we're running this through. And then the other is a more extreme cutback of the Southern California from the U.S. Bureau of Rec. Data that was released in January of 2026. So we're running that model. It's a HEC-RAS HMS model. We are currently doing sensitivity analysis of those different evapotranspiration rates. So we are still in the process of running those models and incorporating the data we have. So we did a future hydrology workshop. I don't think we had that before we were here a couple of years ago, where we had a lot of the different agencies involved in really looking at the different water inputs. And so we've been really incorporated and collaborated with folks on this, and it's been under review and collaboration with those folks as well.
Thank you for that. And so that was going to be my follow-up, but it sounds like you already answered it. And I just wanted to make sure everyone's on the same page as much as possible on these models. And then also just from the perspective of the plan that we have right now with respect to the acreage milestones, that does not account for these changes that we're seeing. And so as you move forward with this longer term process, what's being done in the short term to look at those milestones and determine whether or not there may need to be adjustments?
Yeah, this is a great question, and I will give you one specific example. So you may notice when you're looking at the projects that our team is forecasting for this year in our annual report, that map with the C that has our projects, you'll notice by the Alamo River, we've actually removed that project from our project map, and that's precisely because of the issue that you're raising. As the hydrology around the sea continues to worsen, we've got to make sure that we're coordinated and focused on this long-term vision. And when we were looking back at kind of our 10-year plan projects, I think a concern that we had is, and this is also, Alamo River was not far along in terms of implementation as a project. Our climate bond funded projects are much more focused. We've actually got boots on the ground. We're taking sampling. We're having iterative conversations about the engineering. But as it relates to a project like the Alamo River, that was supposed to be 3,200 acres. And our concern was that because the Alamo River is such a significant inflow to the sea, if we move forward with resources and planning to try to do that project, and then we saw that the hydrology was getting worse, and that might shortchange what we're trying to do with the core. I think from our perspective, that just wasn't an acceptable trade-off. We think there are ways to get to 29,800 acres without the Alamo River project, and it could be a part of the future core effort. At this time, I think we're still in the much earlier stages, but we're certainly taking a hard look at what we want to implement in the near term and making sure that it's not hamstringing our ability to achieve that kind of broader shared vision for what we'd like to see through this process and for the holistic Salton Sea ecosystem.
Okay, and then just a couple questions on the process for the Corps of Engineers. So I think I heard 2 different things, or maybe it was related to a different aspect, but the 50-50 cost share versus I think I heard 65%.
Yeah.
So could you explain that?
Yeah, sure. Our feasibility studies are cost shared 50/50. Once we get past the feasibility, when we get into pre-construction engineering design and construction, they are 65 federal, 35 non-federal. It would depend if it's a locally preferred plan, and then it would just be different based on the benefits and the cost. So, but normally it's 65/35.
Okay, and then Mr. O'Dowd, I heard you talk about, maybe some potential changes with respect to benefits, in particular air quality, in order to quantifying air quality benefits as a potential for the project, the Army Corps of Engineers cost share. So could you talk a little bit more about that? Are you expecting in order to
we
achieve
actually-
that to get a change?
My apologies. We actually have a request into the 2026 WRDA because the project valuation, if you will, is based off of certain parameters, and some of the things that the Corps cannot consider, we're trying to include so that we can create a more substantial project. I don't know, Susie, if you want to touch on that a little bit about the what you can and can't include.
Well, I mean, we definitely have limitations, right, on what we can include. We certainly evaluate air quality as it pertains to aquatic ecosystem restoration. But as I said, our main focus isn't air quality, right, remediation. So, we do have limitations. I mean, our primary focus is ecosystem restoration, habitat restoration, and we can have additional benefits that we consider as part of our project. I think what Patrick is talking about is maybe being able to account for those more in the benefit consideration for an alternative.
And what I'd like to do as part of that is acknowledge all the work that all of our delegation in DC has done to get us to where we are now. I don't want to leave the impression that they haven't been, strong partners in this. They've been funding this effort all along the way up to, fulfilling every commitment that we needed to meet this obligation, going back to Sonny Bono and Mary Bono and Ken Calvert, who was the original chair of the Salton Sea Task Force, all the way up to Senator Padilla and Congressman Ruiz. So we are definitely working closely with our federal delegation. And what I wanted to also point, and those are the types of things, if I had a magic wand and could implement one big, beautiful bill, if you will, then this would be solved in a day. But this is likely going to happen incrementally. So these are the type of things through WRDA 26, 28, we're going to continue to layer in and request. For example, the construction dollars at 65/35 are correct. But post-construction, it's 100% local sponsor. So all of the O&M for the project, which is what the Conservancy will inherit, right, will be 100% of all the operations for the project. Now, there are models in the country, the Florida Everglades, for example, or the coastal wetlands in Louisiana, where those are projects. And those are multi-year endeavors where Florida Everglades is 50/50 on O&M. Coastal wetlands in Louisiana is 85/15. So we want to have the conversation along the lines of what I discussed about whether or not our federal partners should join us on this journey. We think it's important.
Good, thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. So a couple questions, maybe starting just with the Army Corps. Can you give us a sense of the timeline for choosing a final alternative and doing the evaluation and how that will be communicated?
Yeah, as I said, we just got this new initiative, and so we were kind of on one pathway, and we said, okay, now we gotta figure out a way to accelerate. We need to take some more risks, make some judgments on available data, use our additional analysis where needed to make that risk-informed decision. So we're kind of trying to push that timeline to where we get to a selection of a plan much sooner. It means that we would have a draft report that may not look like former draft reports, not the same level of an environmental analysis for all the different alternatives. We'll be like condensing that a lot. We are really pushing quickly, and we hope to get that draft report this calendar year. I don't want to give a date because I don't have that yet. We are working to implement increments quicker. Obviously, we understand the importance and the urgency, but it is a complex system. So, we are using that framework and that strategic guidance and the support to really move ahead and try to implement increments quicker while we work towards a basin-wide solution. Once we do have that date, we've been really successful. I would say our partners are fantastic about getting the information and the word out to all the, agencies as well as our public. So we'll use all those different avenues to get that information out. We also do have a website on the core site that we keep information updated as possible.
Mm-hmm. And maybe just thinking through this next few years and kind of understanding how the programs how we'll be moving forward. We're finishing up the last couple years of the 10-year plan. And we're looking ahead. We, even it sounds like we're moving more quickly on the look ahead, but it still will take time. And so I'm wondering if you all could talk a little bit about, maybe early implementation and that transition. I know there's a lot underway that looks like it won't be finished by the end of the 10 years. So can you just talk a little bit about how when the acreage and projects that are part of the 10-year plan, you're expecting that to be done, and then how how you're thinking currently? I'm sure that will evolve, but about the transition from this, finishing up this 10-year plan and moving into the long term.
Yeah, it's a big question, and I'll try my best. And it's certainly been top of mind for me, and I know the rest of our team too. But the way that I try to think about our work at the sea is really as a continuum. So we've got a good foothold in the South Salton Sea with the SCH project, and then we're starting the process, as Yvonne pointed out, to expedite the contract for the adjacent area, which is up to 5,100 acres. Likely we're going to be looking at a first phase that's closer to like 1,000, 1,500. And then we've also got the North Lake Wetlands project. So that's, in the north, somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 acres at the upper end, depending on how this year's budget shakes out, and some of our other efforts, including our partnership with the authority to bring that project to life. And I think we really want 2027 to be the year for shovels in the ground on that, and also on the Bombay project. So that's covering North and East Salton Sea. Those I know are a smaller piece of our work, given how big the Salton Sea is. But because so much work has gone into those, and because they are really critical for getting to our 15,000 acres, we're going to continue to drive on the implementation there. I think something that is not directly within the purview of our program, we talked about this morning, that I think needs to be more of a focus in the coming years. We got to work with our partners to figure it out. Is, again, when we look at kind of like the broader air quality dynamics, when we look at the water quality, we were talking about this with some partners at lunch. Like, how can we partner on not just focusing on the inlets as they relate to inflow to the Salton Sea, but further upstream, and think about what we might be able to collaborate on there. And then I would just say too, we also do need to focus on the inlets of the sea, and bolster our team's capacity to do whatever we can to make sure that what we're addressing in terms of water quality at the sea is as much as we possibly can, potentially taking in some emerging technology and figuring out how to make sense of that and implement that. And then we've also got community benefits that we're trying to implement as part of our projects and was proposed this year. So I don't at this time have the clearest sense of how all of that shakes out, especially as we advance our work together with the Army Corps. But I think that's the work that's ahead of us going into next year and the year beyond that, is trying to get a better sense of the organization and how we can wrap our arms around these broader regional challenges, because that's going to set us up to implement what the Army Corps is talking about. And I think we'll have we'll be further along with trying to fortify some of the partnerships that, again, we're going to need to get funding for the Army Corps process, and hopefully surfacing new lessons learned that can inform other projects and initiatives that benefit the Salton Sea holistically.
Thanks. And I just thinking about maybe more specifically the let's see, is it table 3, the construction acreage that we have left to do, that you all have left to do in this this 10-year plan, SSMP. Is there a completion date for that you all have set at this point that you're targeting?
Not at this time, and it's really just it speaks to what we were talking earlier about the need to kind of get boots on the ground and do a lot of this on-site reconnaissance on-site investigation that informs kind of what we think we can do. I guess one other reflection that I would just note, since we are talking lessons learned, the management plan, it talks about, and the stipulator, it talks about kind of the sequence of projects and like a linear trajectory of acreage. And my observation, I've, only been doing this for a year and a half, is that when we are putting together a project concept, that takes at least 6 months, right? Because we're not on the ground yet. We're taking what we think are the site conditions. Then we're trying to use that to work on a budget proposal that, will allow us to get funding to kind of move forward with the planning and implementation of that project. As folks at the board know, we all have budget proposals before the legislature. That's, around 6 months or so. Then the funding proposal itself, when it's considered in the legislature, that's about 9 to 12 months, and depending on what's going on, and that is a process that we really can't start a lot of our work until we get that funding. And then when we're talking about environmental permitting, if we do get that approval with funding, that's another 12-ish months or so. Then you've got 9-ish months of contracting, and so this is all these are some things you can kind of do concurrently, but not very many of them. And so that's where I think progress at the sea, I understand it's laid out in a linear way for our planning, and that's been really critical because we wouldn't have gotten this far if we didn't have that. But I think in what we've observed is that it's much more of something where the progress is not often in a linear way, right? Like when we finish SCH and we're going to go from 3,896 now to over 9,000 once we're turning on these ponds and things like that, and then we've got adjacent projects. So that's where I think the completion dates get a little bit challenging, but that's also why we're really focused on telling you about the specific projects that we're trying to implement now, because that's what that's informed by data on the ground, and that's all stuff that we didn't have before.
And do you have, I
Could I add
completely
something there?
agree just completely agree that the really important, clear lesson learned is things, it took a big ramp up time. And then it's sort of punctuated and you make these big improvements. Can you just maybe, for the projects, like you mentioned, Bombay, North Shore, and expansion projects, and then any other dust suppression that you already have underway in some sense, so and this may be in here, but do you have target completion dates for those and the total acreage for those, and sort of what that delta is from what the total cumulative acreage is that is in the stipulated order at this point? I know this is all a work in progress. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to answer the question in the most direct way as possible. So get one in here. Okay, so you mentioned several sites. Bombay Beach, we were able to move forward with the initial phase, and it plans a potential second phase. So hoping that we can leverage off of the work from the initial phase to speed up the second phase. And our contracting methods also kind of drive how fast things can go because we utilize different types. For the North Lake Wetlands project, that project, initially we had intended to build the full thing, but we are driven by funding availability. But the good thing is we can phase out our projects. What I like about our program, what I've learned in our program, is we're always balancing how do we accelerate projects quickly while doing our due diligence. So it could be either from a technical perspective, interacting with the community, or just straight up, we don't have the information. We have to figure it out first before we can do anything. So what helps us, I think, and what is a lesson learned for me personally, to the extent possible that we can do this early site investigations for the entire project footprint on the front end, that gives us information that allows us to phase faster. And if we can design the full project first and break it into phases, we can move faster if the funding becomes available because we've done a lot of the groundwork. And that's the strategy we have in play right now to help us catch up. So I don't know if that directly answers your question, but that's kind of the strategy going into the future years. When it comes to our contracting methods, the reason why there's a little bit of waffling here is the progressive design build contracts build in time to design the project. And then you hit a moment where we'll update the contract to construct it. So it's a new method for us. So we have nothing to base it off of other than what a traditional time frame would be. So I would say it could be anywhere from 2 to 3 years.
Yeah,
if I were to estimate.
Right. Yeah. And just remind me, do those all get us to the cumulative target acreage number if, in let's say 2 to 3 years, or are there additional projects you all are still scoping that would be needed to be completed in addition to those?
We've identified the area. So there is a portion of acreage that is driven by the lake bed exposure. So we think we can plant them there, but we're waiting to a certain degree for the lake bed to become exposed and dry enough that we can physically go out there. So we have the projects underway, the ones we talked about today. We have some that are in the works. We reported them as future, but this year we're working on them. But there's still a small balance that is dependent on what we see as the sea recedes.
Okay. Yeah. And I guess just, I'm sorry, Mr. Dowd, you wanted to jump in, and
I just want to say from my own personal perspective, and I think from a local perspective, the state is doing all it can do, and it'll never be enough.
Yeah.
Right? We are talking 30,000 acres. You heard a gentleman earlier talk about 90,000 acres. Right? We need to have our federal partners on the ground yesterday.
Yeah.
And so we have been having these conversations about the ongoing projects under the order. And I think that if we can do early increments that reflect that, we don't want to wait until those projects are done to get new projects started. We want to get this relationship bolted to the floor and working immediately, because that's what it's going to take to get it done.
And actually, if you could, maybe speak a little bit more to the early implementation, early action, and just explain a little bit more what the scope is of that and how that might work.
Yeah, we're not really calling it early increment. We're just taking the strategy to accelerate so that we can implement increments. We understand that there's a basin-wide solution, but that will take much longer. And so we are looking at doing increments. Maybe like the first one would be at Whitewater, second one might be like vegetation, and then our third might be the basin-wide, so that we can implement one of those, I guess, early increments quicker and get ourselves gaining benefits and showing benefits of the project, which is what we want to do quicker, right? It'll be a process, right? We know that it's not 2 years or 3 years, but we have to go through the study process to get to the design, to get to the construction. So that's what we're trying to do. So we're not calling it necessarily early increments, we're just kind of calling it increments, but that's where we've kind of switched our gears a little bit in trying to parse out what that increment is and what we can do with the funding we have on hand so that we can get to a project that is in a chief's report and recommended in a WRDA, and that gets us to the next phase.
Okay. As this board, obviously, and this hearing is kind of a particular focus of oversight in our stipulated order. It's not over the federal government. It's over the smaller order that we have, and it is coming to an end here in the next couple of years. And so I think we're all thinking about, obviously, also we have a change in administration coming. And so I think over the next year, and as you all come back, it'd be great to, kind of provide some clarity on what's going to get done within that last year, and what happens after. And I think, and I know you all are thinking about this, but just for our purposes, as we think about this next year, I do think one thing in our mind, and I'm curious if you've discussed this at this point. I'm sure, I know there hasn't been any clear decision, but would it make sense to have a successor agreement to this in the short term? There's pros and cons. I think you've acknowledged, like, it helps to have clear goals and feel to have some accountability mechanisms, also to be able to be clear for both federal and state funding and policymakers, that this is a commitment that we're all making and this is the plan. And on the other hand, we're not looking to take on more at the State Water Board on this, but I just want to understand, or would just love your current thoughts, and then really just foreshadowing for next year, coming back and helping us think about what would an appropriate role for us be. Does it make sense to have some kind of successor agreement, especially, I think, especially given that the full 10-year commitment won't be finished. There'll be some trailing years, and there will be some, we're concerned about potential gaps as the Army Corps is moving as quickly as possible on these efforts. And, how do we really keep that momentum moving, and would it help to have that? So love to hear thoughts now, or you can also just, it certainly is going to be a focus next year.
I'll jump in so Joe can correct me. I love working with these guys. I really do. I've long felt that the order was well intended and served the useful purpose at its time, but we've been off the mark for a really long time, and it really hasn't been a good North Star to pursue that we can program towards. We run the risk with the current order of doing acres for the sake of acres. And I think that's something that addressed the most problematic areas or the greatest opportunities, dollar for dollar and pound per pound, without being forced strictly into an acreage rubric, I think would be useful. And I think without a doubt, the most pressing concern to all of the local stakeholders is how is the changes taking place at the sea affecting their health and safety. And I think that there's some work being done in that space, but I don't think it's programmatic in the sense that I think it should be. Owens Lake, I can rattle off all of the programmatic issues they have in place there, from monitors every square kilometer, satellite imagery every 5 days, 70% backup coverage, messaging systems. We've got public agencies that are responsible for the health and safety of the people around the sea, and they're good people and they mean well. But they're trying to accomplish this task with their own internal resources, addressing a problem that was created for the benefit of others. We don't have a comprehensive framework in the same manner that they have at Owens Lake, which I think is a good equitable guidepost. It doesn't have to match that, but it has to be something that the people who live at and around the sea know that the people who are responsible for their health have the resources that they need and are doing the job. And so why am I worried about it? I think as we go through this evolutionary period at the sea, which could be dramatic, and I'm not going to get into what I think it could be, but I think Owens Lake is not, Mono Lake is a good place to look to what might come next. I think we need to be careful because I think it could get worse, not better. in spite of our best efforts. And if we're not working towards that, it could come up upon us quicker than we'd like.
So, I'm thinking about your question, and what I think would be really important, what has been helpful to date, is when we are advocating for resources, we have something to point to that demonstrates that it's a priority for the state. What I don't know is what's the most meaningful way to carry that forward, and I think that would take some thought on what that looks like. I am concerned that moving forward, if we don't have something to point to that this is a state priority, that it's going to be easy to push it aside with the thought, we'll address it in a future year when the funding gets better. I'm afraid of that scenario.
I share that concern, and yeah.
So I, generally speaking, my general posture is I try to be available to talk about the Salton Sea to anybody, anytime, anywhere. So to the extent there are additional conversations about the future beyond the 10-year plan, obviously those are going to be front and center for us. I guess, I keep coming back to the community component of this, and I'm just trying to thread what I just heard from Yvonne and Patrick. I guess my concern with our future upcoming projects, and I think if you look at the annual report, we've got a very clear path to north of 20,000 acres. Like, those are projects that we've just got to get done. Like, we've just got to figure it out and get them done. And our team is very adept at doing that. So I want to give them a lot of props. Then you'll see at the bottom of the table, we've got kind of this bank of dust suppression projects. And I think our thought was, we can pull from that bank of projects and kind of cobble together 29,800 acres from that bank, but some of those areas haven't fully dried yet. Again, we don't have boots on the ground. And I guess my concern is that bank is probably, hundreds of millions of dollars to implement. So I just want to be sure that if we're going to move forward with that, we've got to have really strong partnerships, and we've got to demonstrate that there's a ton of value in those individual projects. And again, we're not quite there yet. So I want to come back before this, board at a later point and be more prepared to talk about those projects. But I do just really want to make sure that that's front and center. And if ultimately these projects are not serving that benefit, I mean, I've already had conversations with folks in the region who have, what they feel are really pressing community priorities. And again, that's where I'm thinking about, okay, how can we elevate those and try to work towards those? But we need a little bit more organization and thinking about that. So I appreciate the question and the chance to reflect on it and follow up.
Yeah, I thank you for all of that, and I agree with all of your reflections. And I'll just weigh in, as one member of the state board that isn't going to be digging into those complex questions. I do see across our programs that we, like I said earlier, there are times when we have these big challenges. I think air quality and public health is one in this region where it may be a better use of funds is, rather than doing acreage of dust suppression projects in the full acreage, maybe to continue to hit the most emissive sections, but so not give up on dust suppression, but also, really think about including in the scope more immediate air filter mitigation for the communities that live there to see like very real benefits. And that is a paradigm that, we have in our regulatory programs, and we've seen that with drinking water in particular. So I think there's an analogy for that, despite the fact that typically your funding for habitat projects isn't maybe eligible for air filters in individual homes. I think as we think about crafting things going forward, looking at how we could allow more flexibility in that and be the most impactful in terms of meeting communities where they're asking for, as you've recognized, and also making the best use of funds. And I don't think, similar to in our other contexts, that doesn't mean we give up on dust suppression. We need to keep doing that, especially in these really emissive areas. But I think to Mr. Shea, your point, we also need to be good stewards of funds and really be responsive to what we're hearing from the community on that. And I'll just on that say, so as you're thinking about things, as if there's, and having discussions, if there's, I certainly think that we'd be open to that being part of a future scope and thinking about that. And I also want to just, though, reflect on, I heard you, Mr. O'Dowd, where I think we all don't want acreage for acreage sake for, and sacrifice everything else. But on the other hand, I don't know that we would have gotten as far as we did if we didn't have those. And so I think that, or as far as we will get. So I think reflecting on not just this, but also other programs like the QSA JPA, for example, and you mentioned Owens Lake as well, but what are things that worked well and what are things that we can improve, also that we can continue to work with. Hopefully, I think maybe integrating that QSA, especially given that we're going to see more and more continued interplay between urban and ag and the Colorado River supply that's sort of similar, building on the QSA. Just how are we really integrating these efforts, making best use of those funds with future and making it flexible enough to meet the needs of community, but also keeping ourselves accountable that we're remaining committed to this as a state priority, certainly as a federal one. And I appreciate your points, Mr. Dowd, on, this is really a national benefit that we have local folks paying the cost of. So appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Anything else? Board Member McGuire.
I don't actually. I think that was a very good discussion and a lot of feedback. I just appreciate the openness and comprehensive responses we're hearing from everyone, and just seeing this panel, having the Army Corps of Engineers and the Salton Sea Authority and CNRA and DWR all at the same on the same panel and sharing the same messages is just really impactful. And Mr. O'Dowd, to hear your reminder of the history here and how important it is not to forget that, and that we need to be mindful of that as we look forward to the future and what the feasibility study has, and the importance of the federal and state partnership in this and the responsibilities therein are so vital. And just really thank you for being here and sharing those thoughts. And it really means a lot.
Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I just really wanted to thank you all for being here. And, it was a great presentation of just really walking us through, Ms. Ming, walking us through the process and how you've gotten to where you are. Because that's been, for me, it's always just, it's interesting in hearing, okay, there's going to be this process. And it's like, wait, what is the process? How is this decision going to be made? So walking us through that decision-making process and, echoing Board Member McGuire's comments about the history of Mr. Dowd, thank you. It's always important for us to understand the history and how we got to where we are. And now, moving forward and having that understanding, and now taking that look forward, and how do we move forward from today to, fix what has been done. It's a tragedy what has happened in this area, and we have a long ways to go. And so thank you, Mr. Shea, for recognizing the challenges, that have been roadblocks, stumbling, these speed bumps that have occurred along the way. But at the same time, keep your eye on that goal and saying, well, how do we accelerate? How do we put our foot on that pedal and we move forward faster? We may have had these hurdles, but there's always a way. And while there are difficulties of each funding source, there is a way to work with them and bring them all together and to achieve our goals. And so not just looking at it as all negatives and, that we can't. It's, okay, well, how do we come together? How do we all, different agencies, different, we bring people together and we listen to the community and listen to those needs, and how do we bring with a positive thought of how to move forward, how do we do that? And so I just really wanted just to thank you all for being here with the positive thought of how do we move forward? How do we reach these goals? How do we accelerate? And how do we start today of making a difference and not just looking at, okay, well, this year's the goal. Okay, well, we're just going to do this one big project and it's going to take us a long time. But how do we start putting feet on the ground today? How do we start making, parsing out the projects, start making an impact, and really start improving the health of the citizens around the sea today? And just the quote of Salton Sea exists at the intersection of nature and culture. That is just wonderful, because it really does. And so thank you for sharing that also.
Thank you, Board Member Morgan. So I'll just say thank you, Board Member Firestone, for teeing up the discussion about end of the 10-year plan and the numbers and what all of this means. It seems that you all need to be thinking through different approaches. As we get to the close of the 10-year period, we also have this amazing potential with the partnership with the Corps of Engineers. And so just I think that you will have it in you to be able to come up with some suggestions about going forward, so we don't have, as we sit here and look at, we're off, and at 10 years, how do we tell that story? We're off by how much? Is it because it's specific to certain projects, or are we going to use a different approach? And so hopefully you can use the next few months. And just also want to remind you to be collaborating with our staff. We can be receiving updates all along, and just really do appreciate that the communication all the way around has improved. And so I'm very confident with you working closely with the community, because that's going to be really important at the end of 10 years if we're off. Understanding why we're off, why it'll take a little more time, or why it's important to use a different approach. So look forward to this conversation next year. All right. Thank you all. Good discussion. Okay, we'll now move on to our last panel, which is a panel of community members. Reflections from community members on the Salton Sea Management Program efforts in 2025. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Who would like to start off? Mr. Omedo?
Good afternoon. PowerPoint's loaded?
Oh, I think we're working on it. Okay, we'll just give it one moment then. Oh, I apologize. Okay, Mr. Olmedo, I guess we're going to be going by the order in the agenda. So Irondad from Environmental Activists and will be, he's remote and he will be going first. Okay, with you? All right.
Are we still pulling up the slides?
Yes, apologize for those that are remote. We are pulling them up. Okay, do you have it now?
Yep.
This is the PowerPoint. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Irondad. Hi.
Thank you. So I put together a presentation because, we usually look at the sea from an environmental perspective in these meetings. And I'd like to take the opportunity to point out that the Salton Sea isn't just an ecological disaster. There's quite a lot more to it. And of course, I can't begin to answer the question of what the sea is to everyone. I can only start by trying to tell you what the sea means to me. Suffice it to say, you can't fully understand the sea by studying hydrology or measuring airborne particulates. Next slide, please. So who am I? I'm Irondad. I'm an environmental activist. I'd like to take a moment to say thanks for the invitation. I'm not affiliated with any agency. I don't represent any organization, so I could say whatever I want. I commend the Water Board and the SSP for their courage in asking me to join this panel. And there's something I'd like to say now. It's not great that we're ahead of schedule at the moment. I've been to a lot of these meetings, so many that you'd think I was getting paid to be here. And I know exactly why we're moving quickly. Community engagement is remarkably low. It probably doesn't help that it's being held in Sacramento. Last year it was down here, and that was pretty nice. But I'd like to speak directly to my community for a moment. If we want to bring about change, we have to read up, show up, and stand up. And we need to do it over and over until we see the change. So I encourage everyone in my community, in the Salton Sea community, to get more engaged with these meetings and to get more engaged with these agencies so that we can get to the best outcomes for ourselves and for our communities. All right. In any case, I'm the guy who runs around the sea every year to track the receding shoreline. The first year it was a 96-mile run. This year, and I'm in the fourth year, it was 87 miles. And some people have a hard time believing that I'd sign up for something like that each and every year, but I do have proof. Next slide. So here I am at the start of the run. Next slide. Here I am running. Next slide. And here I am at the finish line. I see a lot of things during the run. I see abandoned places. Next slide. Like this Navy base on the southwestern shore. Next slide. This is the first resort on the Salton Sea, first established in 1926 near North Shore. It was called Date Palm Beach at the time. It was a popular weekend escape for soldiers training before deployment in World War II. It was also underwater for 70 years. Next slide. And here's that same resort during its heyday. Next slide. I also see discarded things. This one is a very common scene around the sea. It's a group of waterfowl decoys left by hunters, many of whom don't come out to the sea anymore because the birds aren't showing up either. Next slide. And here's a sunken 60s era speedboat emerging from the sea as it dries up. Next slide. Here's that same boat a year later. Next slide. I also see places and things abandoned by wildlife. This is Mullet Island, and Mullet Island has a fascinating history that includes a pirate bar that was built by a character named Captain Davis in the early 1900s. There is actually a credible story that he once unsuccessfully tried to introduce California sea lions to the sea. And what looks like dead bushes here are actually cormorant nests that were abandoned when Mullet Island became a misnomer. It's hard to see in this picture, but many of these nests are partially built with the bones of other birds. I think this is an almost poetic expression of the ecological predicament at the sea. Next slide. I do see the results of dust mitigation efforts. Here you can see surface roughening extending for miles around Red Hill Marina and along the southern shore. Let's take a little closer look. Next slide. So this is not one of my favorite mitigations. The Salton Sea provides a beautiful, if not always healthy, natural landscape. A flat playa is one of the natural states of the Salton Sink, and surface roughening carves it into countless rows of about 6-foot deep ruts. Next slide. And this is every local's favorite, the bales. Next. And I also see quite a lot of unmitigated playa. I don't have a geotag on this photo, so I can't really tell you where it was shot, but it really could be almost anywhere on the South or North Shore. And I'll also add, there's always something new every year. So last weekend I was out with a friend of mine playing around on his hovercraft, and we saw clouds of brine flies swarming at the water's edge, and that's entirely new. Next slide. And I spend a lot of quality time with the mud during the run. Even with the snowshoes that I wear, I couldn't stay on top of this mud, and it smells about as good as it looks. But there's also a lot more of the Salton Sea than what I see on the run. Let's take a look at some of that. Next slide. This is a lemonade stand that I made with my friend Keith, who started coming out to the sea with his family in 1961 when he was 8. For what it's worth, Keith also built the Help the Sea sign that the SSP uses in some of its marking materials. The kids at Bombay Beach use the stand to sell lemonades to tourists on the weekend who are coming to see the art and fund the activities of the Bombay Beach Kids Club. Next slide. This is an installation by my friends Uwe and Frauke called A Pound of Almonds. They collected the water required to grow 1 pound of almonds in California from the sea. And that's what you see in all of the 1-gallon containers surrounding the jar of almonds in the middle of that circle. In the process, Frauke sustained severe skin infections on both her hands and her feet while collecting the water. Next slide. Here's some of the kids of Bombay picking up trash on the beach. I needed to bribe them about $10 a bag to keep them focused on actually picking up garbage and not screwing around. Next slide. And here's one of my favorite moments in Bombay. My friend Jude decided to hold an Energizer Bunny parade and somehow convinced the Calipatria High School marching band to load up in a bus and drive out to participate. And we do love a parade in Bombay. Next slide. So this is a float I built for the annual Harvest Festival. The theme was chicken, pigs, and cows. It's hard to read, but it says, "When pigs fly across the side." But sometimes our celebrations get interrupted. Next slide. So this is my friend Kevin Key helping to fight a fire that broke out during an Easter party that we were having at the community center. I'll talk a little bit more about Kevin later. We celebrate other holidays as well. Next slide. Here's a belated Valentine's Day card that a friend of mine made from a photo of an installation I built on the beach, showing that there are some cards that are better left unsent. Next slide. We also celebrate Christmas. My wife and I are relatively new members of the North Shore community. We've spent most of our time in Bombay Beach while living at the Salton Sea. And we're just getting to know people here and plugging in. There's a picture of a Christmas party at the Albert Frey Designed Yacht Club. And I remember, I wish I had a picture of this. During the Day of the Dead, the community had built a beautiful altar in one of the rooms. Next slide. In Bombay Beach, per usual, we do things a little differently. My friend Sean Guerrero built this installation called the Da Vinci Fish from a Cessna airplane. Since the streets can be dark and gloomy at night, I do this to it every year to bring a little Christmas cheer to the town. This year I made it basically a big star on the top of a Christmas tree. Next slide. And there's so much more to our community. Just a few examples. Here's the Bombay Beach Kids Club visiting the state rec area. Next slide. Is that the next slide? We're missing some slides. All right, skipping ahead. This is an image of my friend Jack holding a church service on the beach. Next slide. Okay, we're back to where I thought we were going to go. We have a few museums in Bombay Beach. We like to think that we have the most museums per capita of anywhere in the world. Next slide. This is the Salton Sea Museum that's curated by my friend Chris Landis. And you'll see my donation sitting in front of it. It's a rudder from a military aircraft that crashed into the sea near the Navy base that we looked at earlier, that I found emerging from the water during one of the runs. Next slide. So my wife, Larissa, contacted the Palm Springs Air Museum, and they provide a news article from 1978 about the incident. So you can see a picture of the plane in the air, along with one of it in the sea. Next slide. We also have a museum in North Shore, the International Banana Museum. It's been closed since the pandemic, but we've been mounting a public pressure campaign to get Fred to reopen it. Next slide. On the west side of the sea, we have a sovereign nation, Slowjamistan, and here's a picture of the Sultan. Next slide. We like to recreate on the sea. Here I am with Larissa in a swan paddle boat that I built. It's the Salton Sea, so it's a swan skeleton. Next slide. And here's me setting out on a kayak, apparently unaware of or entirely unconcerned by the water quality. If you could take a look at the water there, that's what the water looks like, you know, in the summer most of the time. More often than not, it looks like it's caked with algae. Next slide. I mentioned that we get back to Kevin. Kevin was the closest thing to a Salton that the Salton Sea had to an influencer. He encouraged many people to visit the sea with his generous, and some would say relentless, posts to social media. Kevin passed about a month ago, which threw our entire community into mourning. And by that I mean the entire Salton Sea community, as he had inspired people all around the sea to visit and even swim in it, which I had told him was probably ill-advised, but he told me he'd stop encouraging people to put their head underwater, and I figured, okay, that's reasonable compromise. I'd like to dedicate this presentation to his memory. Next slide. So what is the Salton Sea? I can't really tell you. I can tell you that the sea reflects the best and the worst of California. At its best, California is beautiful, diverse, and let's face it, a little weird. At its worst, California is a serial perpetrator of ecological disasters, along with its partner in crime, the federal government. And as more eyes turn to the sea, largely due to the efforts of community members like me, and as you can see, many others, what would you like people to see? Would you like them to see piecemeal mitigation efforts surrounding a gigantic cesspool, or a healthy community thriving in a beautiful desert landscape? Thank you.
Thank you, Iron Dad, for your presentation. Much appreciated. All right, next we have, if we're going in order then, Luis Olmedo, Executive Director, Comité Cívico del Valle.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Luis Olmedo. I'm the Executive Director, Comité Cívico del Valle. We're a community-based organization, farm worker founded 36 years ago. So we've been around a long time. And so the next slide, please. So state finally moved from planning to visible construction, but trust is still fragile. I just have to say that, I mean, I've been following this from the very beginning, you know, the 90s and early 2000s and the deal in 2003. And I remember some of the presentations that the Pacific Institute would share, Mike Cohen, and I hope I'm not misappropriating it, but I remember it's billions of dollars, billions. I remember a $30 billion. In a good year, we get millions of dollars. We're still not talking billions of dollars. We missed the whole Palm Springs era. It wasn't for us. You know, we were either growing crops, harvesting crops, or picking the crops. That's who our community is. Salton Sea was not an invitation for us, but now we're being invited to clean it up. And just like we pick crops, we're ready to roll up our sleeve and clean it up. But there's got to be substantial investment and engagement. Our presentations I've heard so far have been great from all stakeholders and members of government. So appreciate the progress. But from Imperial County's perspective, this matters because residents have spent decades hearing promises while the Salton Sea continued to shrink. For the first time, the public can now physically see projects on the ground, but visible progress does not erase years of delay, broken timelines, and worsening health impacts. This tension is central to how 2025 is being interpreted locally. Next slide. The Salton Sea Management Plan is promising early findings from dust suppression monitoring. In some locations showing dramatic reductions in blowing sediment. While this is positive, Comité Cívico del Valle and Imperial Valley communities feel that community-based air monitoring should be expanded to health outcomes, not just acreage totals. We have the highest asthma rates, and they are increasing, and we have declining in health interventions and programs. And the ratio from medical doctors to treating these types of health problems it's just unreasonable. Hundreds of patients per doctor, and should become the primary measure of success. Engineering progress is not the same as community health recovery. Next slide. So, next slide, please. So this reinforces the longstanding frustration that the Salton shrinks every day. But government timelines move in years. From community perspectives, even a record year of implementation can still feel inadequate. When dust events continue, shoreline retreats continue, fish collapse continue, and local residents continue living with uncertainty. Next slide. Next slide. All right. You can keep going. I think I skipped ahead. All right. So environmental justice is no longer a peripheral, it is central. Next slide. Community engagement must move from information sharing to shared governance. There is hope for jobs, economic diversification, infrastructure, long-term investment, and Salton Sea restoration funding. And there is fear that industrialization without safeguards, additional air quality impacts, inequitable workforce access, and exclusion of local residents from benefits. Lithium cannot be another chapter of extraction without community investment. Next slide. So lithium development creates both hope and anxiety. Next slide. I'm going too fast for myself. So this changes the political conversation significantly for years. Imperial Valley communities doubted whether California would ever truly fund restoration at scale. Local questions is shifting from will funding exist to will funding be spent fast enough and equitable enough. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, one more. Imperial County still feels it carries the burden for California water policy. Next slide. As the shoreline receded, local communities experienced worsening air quality, increased exposure to toxic dust, habitat loss, and growing concerns about respiratory illness and economic decline. Although the state has recently accelerated restoration, the dust suppression efforts, many residents still feel that actions are long overdue and insufficient compared to the scale of the crisis. Next slide. So overall, real construction is happening. I'm grateful to all the unsung heroes, the engineers, the scientists, those who are tasked with financial fiscal responsibility, our local leaders as well from the local government. One that we used to work with, Comité Miguel and Jacob and Secretary and others, Yvonne. You know, we know them well for, after all these years of investment. So I'm really pleased that the government has taken a more humane approach versus just a sort of the governmental interaction. In listening to Board Member Firestone, I agree with the comments that we need to make more investments, but I do want to say investments are happening and we need to leverage those investments. I mean, we have been investing and philanthropy has been stepping up in giving out hundreds of air filters for under extreme weather type of programs, giving out HVACs, giving out portable air conditioners, because housing in the Imperial Valley, people fear for several things. There's a increase in enforcement and actually removing air conditioners because people have not put in air conditioners with permits. So it doesn't matter how extreme our heat is, there are enforcement efforts forcing low-income houses for removing those air conditioners. We have had to now go from HVACs to portable air conditioners because people are afraid to get the planning to go out there and give them a permit, because we're actually getting licensed contractors, because they're afraid they're going to get red tagged and be kicked out of their house and not be able to go have somewhere to live. So everything is just lopsided, where there's not a humane approach to dealing with all these issues. Funding, again, is, as I'm saying, substantial. However, I do want to give credit to this administration in California. They have been doing sufficient. If we were keeping up this pace that we have during this administration for the last, 20 years, we would be probably at least 60% of the way there, but we're not. So I do want to give credit where credit is due. Dust suppression is expanding, yes. Kudos, congratulations, applauses to this administration, but we are behind And we know we're talking billions of dollars. Hundreds of millions is not enough. It's billions of dollars. 15 years ago or more, it was $30 billion. With inflation, rising costs, what is it, 60 billion? And I'm still falling short, I think, of what it really costs. So it's not, I'm not going to go there, but the budget should include billions of dollars for this catastrophe. And the dust suppression needs to include a public health intervention. It is a crisis, not just a environmental crisis. It's a public health crisis that we're living. And we were already living in a crisis before the Salton Sea crisis. Community engagement is improving, but it's not enough. We need to do more. There's a lot of great organizations, a lot of people out there doing a lot of great work, and we need to make sure that we do more of that. We are the hard to reach community. State attention stronger than ever, yes. And some critical reflections is health impacts remain severe. The sea is shrinking faster than restoration progresses. Trust in the state remains incomplete. Environmental justice concerns remain unresolved. Communities want decision-making power, not just outreach. Now, let me clarify that. We do want outreach, but not just outreach alone. We want to make sure that the outreach is supersized, that the resources are also with tangibles so that we can mitigate this crisis. If we're not going to be able to get a clean air, then we need to give alternatives to make sure that we're able to mitigate the impacts while the solutions come. And I've been saying that for 20 years now. And so I'm glad to hear Board Member Firestone talking about this. And all of you have been talking in just a different approach, a more humane approach, which I really appreciate that. And lastly, long-term sustainability is uncertain, and we need certainty. We don't just want to be invited to clean it up. We missed that whole hay day. I appreciate seeing those photos. We weren't part of that. We were picking crops. Nobody invited us. Our schools, K through 12, never taught us. We weren't that privileged. Nobody taught us how to go, into the wilderness, how to go out there and hike, how to go out there into these natural resources. In fact, we know that history kept people like us, like our community, like the demographics and socioeconomics of the entire Salton Sea region out of these types of spaces when they were at its best. And we're here to roll up our sleeves and be the best partners with you. And I want to thank all the nonprofits, but all the state partners for what they've been doing and everyone else who have been contributing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership and your comments. Really appreciate it. All right, now we're going to go back remotely, unless Mr. Reyes is here. He's on the platform. Just checking. Eric Montoya Reyes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation, and I'll give you a community perspective from many years. I'm a lifelong resident of Imperial County. Only left to get an education and came back to be part of our community and have been active in all of these things. And I've been listening since the morning. And I want to thank some of the many great comments that were made by different people. And Patrick O'Dowd was excellent, talking about how the federal government needs to be at the plate with us. I cannot more than say that's so true. And obviously that the state has not met its requirements to date. They are making a great effort, no doubt now, but we as a community have a feeling, is it too late to really catch up, or are we playing a losing end game at the end? And I want to thank Ms. Firestone for her excellent comments that where are these other sources? I can tell you where they are. Prairie Irrigation District receives $300 million a year for water transfer revenue and does not do anything to help community residents hit those impacts that they're having, help with those impacts. And they do very little, only what they have to really meet the letter of their obligation at the Salton Sea, which should be much greater. They are a public agency and must be at the table at a much broader scale and involve everyone in all of their projects together. And we've seen all of these issues. There was also many comments about air monitors all over. So many agencies that have air monitors, yet they're not coordinated and they're not sharing that information on platforms for the public to see and for they themselves. They've talked about it many times. I've been to every single meeting of organizations, Sound Sea Authority, and so on, that talk about getting together. I've seen presentations, yet it doesn't happen. Those are things we need to coordinate better to make a better comprehensive plan for our community to meet the needs that we have, which is what? The receding sea and what? Explodes playa and poor air quality that we have had for generations because we are a desert agricultural base that has been exploited for generations with pesticides and agricultural practices that are not conducive to good air quality. And we are on the border of Mexicali, which is an unregulated city of 1.5 million people, causing a compression of pollution coming from the south end and then the north end with our west winds from the Salton Sea and our agriculture throughout the whole community that has caused us to have huge asthma rates among the highest in the nation, heart attack rates related to respiratory problems, and obviously a multitude of respiratory problems that we do not see improving, even as we see investment finally happening into air quality issues. And what we would like to see is that sense of urgency. And yes, we applaud CNRA for their recent water SCH program. I think it's fantastic. We all applaud that, but we should not celebrate until we have truly met bigger mitigation issues that we want to meet. And also, we need CNRA to be most come forward with information that is related to, well, yes, you started the wetland projects and water on the ground to potentially 3,000 acres. How many acres did we lose to the recent SKIA to put Lake Mead at water, to keep water at Lake Mead in the last 3 years, last 2 years, and this year will be the last year of that, unless the Colorado River negotiations keeps it at Lake Mead for the next 10 years, which I believe is what will happen. And we'll see a continued acceleration of the Salton Sea. So all the good things we're doing are being negated by outside forces, including climate change and the need to prop up Lake Mead for the long-term run, which we will have short-term impacts that we are currently receiving. Those are things that we all need to truly vet publicly as well. CNRE does a good job of putting their programs out. We thank them. We're very thankful that Miguel Hernandez and Mario are part of their program now, locals that we can relate to and work with. And I especially congratulate you for Joe Shea, not because he's a Dodger fan like me, but also because he has been the most accessible Salton Sea representative of CNRA in my time that I have been involved with this. And I've gone through about 4 or 5 now, I believe, directors. And he's been the most accessible and the most willing to participate with community groups and continuously have a dialogue to meet our accessibility needs and consider it into the long-term range plans. And I think he takes it into serious consideration, as do the rest of the team there. So we like that. There's still issues with some of the CNRA technical aspects of how they present and how they put it out to the community, which needs to be more layman terms and friendly to the community to understand. And there definitely the relationship, as Patrick O'Dowd said, as we have stated, as I have stated since the very beginning. I actually worked on the QSA representing the United Farm Workers on the transfer and the promises that were made then, which have been broken by the state and the federal government. So the relationship to the sea, receding air quality, and playa, and to human and environmental health impacts. And human health impacts have to be first and foremost. I have talked to CNRA ad nauseum, as you would say, that they would always start their presentations the first years on the Salton Sea Management Plan about flora and fauna. Well, that is a missed opportunity to really engage community residents around the sea. They are not that interested in flora and fauna, even though they explain later how that is a direct relation to human health improvement. They should start with human health improvement, flora fauna next. It's just a way of looking at things of what priorities are. They said, residents, they can get kind of upset when they say, well, we don't want to care about birds, we care about my children. That makes sense, right? And that's the best way to approach this. Have a balanced view of it. Don't lead with traditional old environmental ideas and phrases that are not relative to what people are concerned about. You need to know who the community is, who you're talking to, and what their concerns are. And their concerns are air quality. Will there still be a livable area coming into the future? And what does the future hold for them and their families? And if there's opportunity for actual growth in that area. So those are all things that we need to consider when we're putting all this together. And 2025 was a benchmark year without a doubt. I applaud them, but I will not celebrate. There's a difference, right? Thank you for that great work that is being done. Thank you for the partnerships that are coming together finally. But we cannot celebrate something that we are so far behind. The 10-year plan is 10 years behind, in my estimation. The federal government on the SKIA, when they made the SKIA for the 250,000 acre feet per year 2 years ago, ending this summer, hopefully, people applauded that the federal government, it came with $250 million for the Salton Sea. Well, that was money they owed us already. Like I said, I worked on the original QSA. They were supposed to be a partner in this coming in forward. And now 250 million in 2026 is much different than 250 million in 2003 or 2005. And I also have an issue with the QSA JPA that they're still holding $75 million of the $250 million they had. What for? The time is now, the urgency is now. And yeah, like they mentioned earlier about not do acreage for the sake of acreage. That's very true. You need to do where the impacts are and make an impact on those health impacts currently now. You have many resources available. We don't pull them together and use them for the proper way to get mitigation efforts that truly help those who are most in need. And if you circle around the sea, there's different and diverse communities without a doubt. And we work around in those areas. Something that we were never really happy with, and now I guess it's really turned around completely, was the North Lake pilot project. We felt that was a pit project over a more affluent community with Coachella Valley over Imperial County. And now it has turned into what? And we have not really had an update on that. It was not a good move at the time, which we stated, and it has not come to fruition as they stated, and now has become a backdrop. Now it's being folded into CNRA, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the type of upfront, honest conversations we need to have with the community and the groups that are involved in this, like us and others, Comité and everyone else, Audubon, and I'm part of the Salton Sea Partnership with the Pacific Institute and Alianza and Audubon and the Sierra Club. And those are issues we talk about consistently, that we need to be upfront and honest about these issues as much as possible, and how to be honest about, well, the SKIA really accelerated Salton Sea, but CNRA is not really talking about that. They're only talking about their own projects, which is understandable. But if you want to be accountable and responsible to the community, you would include that as part of all presentations. So we can't give people false hope that we're making all the solutions now when we continue to have issues that are impacting us that we do not know now and into the future, which is our biggest concern as coalition members, as community activists, and as residents around the sea. So many unknowns that they find out later. Right currently, my organization, Los Amigos de la Comunidad, which I'm executive director of, we are in a dust project with the University of California Professor Coalition, and they have findings that will be coming out soon, and they're finding quite a bit of very disturbing information that will be coming out. And that is on top of previous studies that talked about how generations of fertilizer from agriculture is now impacting air quality. Where is the accountability to the Imperial Irrigation District, our agricultural community, which has been polluting our community for generations? Where is the responsibility on that? And how do we incorporate mitigation plans for those issues on top of what we already know we do have? Those are all issues that we need to continue talking as a community, as organizations, as advocates, and as residents. We cannot feel sorry for ourselves for for not knowing what was going on before. When we have issues and information currently before us, we need to make the most of it, be engaged, and work with you and every other organization that is involved in this directly. And CNRA is just one piece of the puzzle, right? Now we have the Salton Sea Authority, which has been weakened by IID departing it and not knowing its full role yet with the new Salton Sea Conservancy. But we understand the Salton Sea Conservancy will be playing an important role in maintenance and operations, which was not clearly defined who was going to do that into the future. So there is some form of hope there, but a 20-member group is pretty unwieldy and difficult to work with. It was difficult to work with the Salton Sea Authority with so many different organizations on that Salton Sea Authority who were taking care of their own interests and not putting aside to be centrally located on Salton Sea issues and residents, which was their mission and goal, which I stated many times at their meetings. Didn't make me popular with them, but at least they listened, right? So I'm hoping you're listening as well. I've never been afraid to say what needs to be said, and that's what it is here. Communities like ours, especially on the south end of the Salton Sea, nearest the sea, have felt often neglected, forgotten, and not thought of in a very positive way by all government entities, including state, federal, and even at times our local governments as well. And we feel the residents around there definitely feel they have gotten the short end of the resources available for their community. And it's a community that is in dire need of environmental mitigation, health investment to take care of the needs of the people there, and future growth opportunities. And people look at Lithium Valley half empty or half full. Earlier, they talked about how Lithium Valley can play a role in funding part of the Salton Sea restoration program, which is true. If it ever takes off, 20% will go to handle the projects at the Salton Sea, which would be a net positive if there is a Lithium Valley extraction program at first. Also, we must handle the water needs of Lithium Valley, and we also must help handle the environmental impacts, potential environmental health impacts of Lithium Valley to truly make it credible for our community to say it's something positive for us. So there are all things that we can all work together to make sure it is something positive and our community does receive the benefits from it. So 2025 definitely was a good year for California Natural Resources Agency and the Salton Sea Management Plan and all partners who are looking to come on. A big issue we all had, we were very happy when the Army Corps of Engineers agreed to come on. I was there at the North Shore when they had the signing, and it was very exciting. And then all that excitement kind of went away when they told us how long it would take to do their feasibility study. And the residents around we didn't want to tell the residents, well, they got to do a study again. They said another study, yes, on top of the $50 million to $60 million worth of studies already. They go, yes, unfortunately, that's just how the US government works as well. But it will hopefully lead to true investment because that's what comes with the Army Corps of Engineers. And we do look forward to that. But how do we keep the impacts at minimum currently of what we see and we know is coming? And Tina Shields just gave a kind of a warning sign also about they are worrying about the topography of the shallow water ends that are coming, and that means in a further acceleration of impacts. If they're worried about, we really have to be worried because they never worry in public. So I'm even more worried now with IID's statement of that at that point earlier today. Those are all things that we work about. And again, I encourage you at all times to include residents, ideas, perspectives, keep them engaged, and most importantly, tie everything we do to human health impacts and how it will improve our lives around there. And if we do have a future, which people do want a future around that area. If you look at the Salton Sea West Shores area, that has grown tremendously. One reason is because it is affordable. One of the last places in California, maybe that's affordable, but it has grown. It has more people than all of the east part of the Salton Sea combined of Bombay, Nyland, Calipatria, and Westmoreland in the Salton Sea area, in the West Shores area. It's a tremendous place of growth. and people are gravitating there for different reasons. One is affordability, but they want to know what is their future. Is it going to be viable for them and their children into the future? And those are questions they ask us. And they also want to know if the state and the county and the feds are going to live up to their promise to make the Salton Sea area a place that is livable, that has a future for them and their children, and then also offers growth opportunities and business opportunities and work and employment. Those are all things we want to always be considering. And we do see CNRA as a positive movement forward now. The hay bales, which were widely not happy with by the community around it that saw them first, has been fairly successful, as we can see, the plant growth. And he talked about seedlings and so on. We'll see if that continues. Bombay Beach still not happy about them, but I'm saying on the West Shores we have seen the impact that is growing of growth of gr- ground cover as well. Iron Dad touched on the many things that it is an eclectic community for sure, and they're all different, and you have to meet their diverse needs as well. And I hope CRNA and the state take that into consideration when they do any outreach. There is no such thing as one size fits all for a community like that. From Mecca all the way on down, they're very different and distinct, and they all have different needs and they all have different ideas. I was speaking with the supervisor, Manuel Perez, and how he was always pushing recreation because, well, that's what the people around North Shore want. I go, that's not a huge issue on the south end where they see these globs of that's where the sea is receding more, right? And they see the whiteouts and so on. I go, that's not a huge issue there. So you can't take that model into the south end as a priority, please. And I remember the first meetings I used to go to, and they would always talk about, what do you want to see for recreation? Or people would get up and leave. They didn't want to see recreation to begin with. They want to see mitigation and health mitigation and impacts first. And I hope that is what we are going to take out of this today from a community perspective. As a longtime advocate for our community, I cannot stress to you how much on the south end, southeast end, they want to know what their air quality future is going to be. What is the state going to offer to make sure that there's a continued presence, not only when there's funding from the state, but that there's continued operations and maintenance and more investment into making their quality of life better, one step at a time. I understand, and I understand funding resources, and I understand issues with administrations when they change. The point is, we have a very needy community, very diverse community, needs to be respected and be part of the decision-making process. So I thank you. I hope I gave you a good perspective of where I come from. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Appreciate your leadership and your commitment to the area. Thank you. All right, and then we're going to go to our last panelist, but before doing so, just want to remind those here in the room or that are following remotely that we'll have one more opportunity for public comment. We have just a couple of individuals that have signed up, so we should be able to get out of here soon. So now turning it over to you, Ismay Pasillas.
Is this thing on? Okay,
Yes.
there we go. Okay, so thank you. We got to me. So thank you everybody for having me here, and just a huge appreciation to the Water Board and really hosting this opportunity. As a community member, I think it's really enlightening to have these spaces. So because of that, right, I do just want to quickly just elevate all of the other presenters and, just gratitude, because I think all of the great points that they brought up, I think they all intertwine with what I will also be speaking to. So thank you everybody for carving time to speak to everything that we experience on an everyday, life basis. So with that, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. So my name is Isame Pasillas. I am an environmental justice organizer with a community-based organization, Imperial Valley Equity and Justice. And just really quickly, we were basically starting with the entire issue around the pandemic and like vaccine equity. And so I think with that, we basically came together. And so I think now, as our organization has evolutionized, right? There's so many different focal points. And I think one of them that I will be speaking to today is environmental justice. So with that, I do just want to transition on over to why I'm here, right? I think that's the reason why is she here? I am an Imperial County resident. I was born and raised in the county, and I did, have parents that did migrate over from Distrito Federal, which is like Mexico City. And so I do have a lot of my roots also binationally. And so I think, to me, what is the Salton Sea? I think generally everybody has their own vision of what that is. And to me, it was actually something that I had learned about in my some years of college. And so I was really taken back learning about it from like the environmental science perspective, and then realizing later through research how close in proximity I was to it. And so I think that was like a very mind-blowing experience to me. And also, right, I do just want to recognize, like, I'm also a mom. I recognize how important it is to stay informed on these issues because they do have a very significant impact in our region. And I think through that, right, my lifetime, being alive and following all of the different concerns and, elevating what communities have been discussing at the table. This is something that I am fortunate enough through the California Natural Resources Agency granting. And so I'm able to learn about all of these different issues. And so that's, where my depth comes in, from those like 6 years of experience learning about these different issues and really identifying, okay, what is the 10-year management plan? What does this mean? Let's peel through these 200 pages of reports. And to me, it was just such an eye-opening experience reading them, the language, the access. It's a different world, and it's definitely a world that you have to have experience in to understand what language is being put into those documents. And so with that, right, I do want to transition over to why I'm passionate about these things, right? I am passionate about being able to connect to people, not just from the standpoint of me educating them on things, but also them educating me and being able to learn from each other and ensuring that we all understand. Sometimes we do not have the time. We don't understand the language. We don't even know how to submit a public comment. And so I think that's where you'll see this big gap between community and government. And I think in that little tiny gap that you see, or that big gap, depending what lens you're looking at it with, that's where I am. I'm the type of individual that is there to help bridge it, whether it's through, hey, let me look through this document and let me help dissect what it means so that I can make it understandable to you. Or are you interested in submitting a comment? Do you want to respond to this? Do you want to elevate this to government officials? And so I think that's a really big and important portion of engagement, is being able to do that. Now, I think another thing that I want to elevate is that it's difficult for a lot of individuals to understand that we, for many years, and even my upbringing, we're exposed to something called environmental racism. And so I think a lot of individuals sometimes tend to just get so focused on providing for their families, working, going to school, picking up kids, doing sports, and so all of our, social and work and bills commitments. And so I think it's just really important that I also elevate, like, I am very fortunate years down the line now that I'm able to comprehend and understand what that language means, because it means a lot within being able to advocate for these communities, and also understanding that there's a big crisis with this, desensitization around this topic. And so I think ultimately, when you really, peel back the covers and you really, talk to individuals, you're able to identify what the main issue is. And oftentimes it just starts with the question, what do you know about the Salton Sea? Or what do you know about this? And so I think that's where we really need to start with. And that's a big piece of engagement that doesn't necessarily exist now, which is let's start with the basics to get to where we are now, right? And so before I move on, right, I just want to quickly elevate like the importance between that engagement with, the current we do have a lot of activities for May, right? I know for me, I personally think like we should declare like May Salton Sea Month because it was just, back-to-back meetings, but I'm so grateful for those types of opportunities. And I just wish that there were more because I feel like people are committed to show up, but just sometimes, right, it doesn't seem realistic showing up in May for like 5 commitments. And so, I just want to just elevate that people want to learn more about the issue and directly from the Salton Sea program. And so just a hat off, right? Because I have attended those meetings. They're really interactive and the information is really digestible because there's people there that can explain it to you. So just a huge shout out there. So now I'm going to move on to something else, right? So I just want to be very transparent when I share. I do not live within 1 mile of the sea, but along with that thought, I want to share that I also live in the region. I live about 15 to 20 miles away from the sea. And I just think to me, right, it's not just an issue to me. It's the way that I live. It's how I raise my children. I think one of the biggest things, and I will always elevate it, and everybody that knows me knows that I always say this, is I have a very difficult time raising a child in the region that I live because I think it's important to recognize that we have a constantly experienced environmental racism. And I truly say that from the standpoint of how we always as community are pushed to the side to give priority to industry and industry development and the generation of taxes and all of these other things. And so I think to me, one thing I do want to state is like my reality is I am a mom of a 4-year-old gremlin that loves adventures and exploring, and our outdoor lifestyle is tailored to what the toxic air quality levels are. And why do I say that, right? I say that because we live in a region where we're experiencing the Salton Sea, and unfortunately, right, it is receding. But then alongside, it's really important to pay back to the fact that we live in an area that has harmful agricultural activities such as pesticide applications, agriculture burning, which is still legal in our county. And to me, it's so important that you all know this because this is my life every single day. I literally have to live with a child that has to adapt his outdoor activities to his medical conditions. And what does that look like? That looks like my every single day, I have to weave in the time in the morning and at night to administering his inhaler medication, allergy medications, and always dealing with a toddler tantrum when my child just doesn't comprehend why he can't play outside. And it is the most frustrating thing that as a mom, you always have to deal with. How do I explain this issue to my son that is 4 years and he doesn't understand this? And so I think the reason I share this is because I'm not the only person that lives with this reality. Others live with this reality. And I just really just want to put that out there because it to others, it just seems like, the Salton Sea is an issue on an agenda that we're going to talk about, that we're going to discuss, or it's a management plan. But I think it's so important that we all know that this is also a human issue. And with that, right, I think within my role and my experience in the community, one of the biggest takeaways that I can uplift that has always come up in community dialogue is the receding sea. We are in a time where the shoreline continues to recede. Many community members express their concern for this happening. And we recognize that the Salton Sea program is doing everything possible to be intentional about the projects being oriented towards dust suppression and habitat restoration. However, we also need to change the lens when we look towards what the current inflows are. What are the water sources at the sea? I mean, we had Tina Shields today talking about how agricultural water runoff is going to be a very big impact in the next 5 to 6 years because of that water source. And so I think, where does that leave us, right? And today we've heard the numbers of the acreage. We've heard how, yes, we're progressing, but we're also behind. And so I think that's one of the biggest things that I want to just kind of ground this conversation around. And I'm so appreciative to Iron Dad and those visuals and all of those everyday life images that capture what that looks like for an average community member that is within very, very close proximity to the sea. Another important thing I want to uplift is the smell. The smell, a lot of conversations still continue to be centered around what the smell is. And I think it's so important that I use this space to continue to elevate that concern because of the odor that is emitted from the sea. And there is a real concern for the current water quality at the sea. And I want to just also address, right, that there needs to be more collaboration within local governments when it comes to these types of issues, because we need to find the way to be very intentional and realistic with, okay, who is boots on the ground? Who can help respond to this? And I think here, right, it's an awesome opportunity to voice this to the water board, but I think also, right, it's important to note that there are a lot of short-term solutions. And I know today there was an idea of providing like air filters. And although that is a very ambitious incentive to throw in, but let's be realistic about what that looks like. It is a short-term solution to a long-term problem. And when you just give air filters and air purifiers, it's very important that we're intentional when we distribute these types of incentives, because how do we make the best use of them? Is there maintenance? Is there going to be any additional incentives to purchase filters? And so I just want to make sure that when we do discuss these things, we are considering that there is an educating component that comes with distributing that. And ultimately, people just need to do what they can, right, to keep their families resilient and shielding them from these things. And another thing I want to just touch on is this concept, right, about how currently the water quality doesn't affect the sea. But I also think it's important that we all acknowledge that this is a human concern. Water is our life. We need to come to the conclusion that this should be front and center. The receding shoreline, right? As that continues to happen, what does the salinity look like? What does the emissions, what are the odors, what is currently happening? And so I know we had a discussion today within some of the different panels speaking to what the water quality level is, and like being able to have information accessible to the community in a way that they can also understand what's going on and shielding themselves from any harmful risk from an exposure around water quality. Another thing that I want to just elevate, right, is what the community hopes to see moving forward, right? And I want to elevate that hope, that communities hope to see the sea filled up again. And I know that there's, this big concern around what that looks like, but I think the hope is we don't want it to disappear. We don't want it to go away. We don't want it to turn into just suppressing dust. And I know right now that there is a considerable amount of projects that are currently focused on ecological restoration, dust suppression. We have the, the big species conservation habitat, which I visited. It's a lot of fun. Not like Disney, like Joe says, but it's huge and it's progress and it's going somewhere. But I think it's important that we all remember that there is a public health crisis that it's currently ongoing. As I've stated to my testimony with my child, there's other families that also are dealing with respiratory health conditions. And I think another thing, right, is we truly need to consider what on the ground collaboration looks like, for example, with local air districts in both counties and the needed presence within Imperial and Riverside counties, and even the public health department. That has not been something that has been mentioned yet. And I think it's important that we also integrate them into this conversation because of all of the concerns that community members continue to uplift. And with that, right, we do understand that there is a significant effort with the Salton program. They about 2 years ago they put together a community needs report, but oftentimes, right, those data and concerns just stay that way. And at this point, that needs to be something that can become actionable in terms of what does it look like? What governmental organization or corresponding, governmental agency can be responsive to those needs? And how can we do our, how can we hold them accountable to help with all of these concerns that are getting brought up? And I think another big focal piece that we've been discussing is the engagement. Understanding that engagement is one of the main things that needs to be incorporated as we build out everything within the Salton Sea. I do acknowledge there is significant effort to build out workshops and meetings and be inclusive to what these community needs are. But from my opinion, I think that this also needs to incorporate more on the ground presence and engagement to continue to educate individuals on what is currently happening within the 10-year management plan. And I think that's something that, unfortunately, right, if you don't have technological literacy to stay up to date with the documents and the websites and all of the resources, sometimes that's not feasible. And so I just want to ensure that we also, right, can continue to express that these are things and needs that sound so basic, but can become very intentional when you are doing community engagement. Another thing I want to express is that oftentimes, right, as residents, we tend to sometimes get ignored. We get ignored, and most oftentimes we tend to become prescribed into identifying, okay, we did this study, this is what we think they need, this is what we're going to do. And oftentimes that's not something that is beneficial, because anything and everything that is centered around the Salton Sea in our region should incorporate that component and that piece. And something I do just want to say too is when community members do engage in these, starting right to incorporate and to look for their government officials to respond to this, most oftentimes we get the runaround. We get the response of, oh, that doesn't pertain to us. That's not our issue. That's this person's issue. And that discourages individuals in so many ways. And we keep trying and we keep trying. And I think that's where, as residents, we recognize that is a pivotal starting point, is to encourage this dialogue, to do what you can to bridge, right, these gaps that we're seeing, and helping educating persons and connecting them with the best point of contact to help, solve this specific issue. But I think that's where we really look to you, because as residents in Imperial and Riverside County, we need clean air. We need community alerts that can let us know, okay, what is the air quality going on outdoors? I know that several resources got shared today, and there was even a learning opportunity to enhance coverage within air quality monitoring and the potential potential of including local governmental air districts. And so even then, right, we're continuing to learn from each other. And again, the mitigations around the foul odor emitting from the sea, I think, is something that needs to be addressed, because as I've stated, there's a lot of presence with families that have respiratory illnesses. And as a individual that is standing here as an organizer, or sitting, it's important that we continue to elevate these concerns and we find a way to encourage, right, this dialogue. Another thing I can say, you know, on a positive note, from my lens, I can say this is actually a full circle moment for me, because I've seen the 10-year management plan. I studied it. I went through the entire report. And so, yes, I do recognize it is behind. It is behind. There are, you know, there is acreage that is exposed that I know it's in the plans to get to it sometime. But it is nice to be able to go and visit what was once on paper. And so I do commend the Salton Sea program for really ramping up that effort. I do firsthand see, and I feel so confident in our Secretary, Joe Shea, and him being able to execute these projects on the ground. And I think another thing is even the format of engagement, the meetings, they're just so welcoming. A translation is provided, questions, open feedback. I think it's so great. And again, I would like to share the feedback that there does needs to be a little bit more on the ground presence from engagement opportunities in terms of like presenting at local schools, engaging parents, keeping them informed, you know, exploring the project tracker. I recently, right, today I saw that there's the air quality information that's available online, and I looked it up. I cannot understand that. It is not accessible to me. So somebody walk me through what that looks like, because the numbers and the graphs, I mean, walk me through it. And so I think, right, that's an example of, you know, if I don't understand it, how can I expect someone to go and see it? But I do commend other organizations for, again, continuing to seek out resources to bridge those gaps that they see within the government and, you know, continue to offer these types of resources. And again, I just want to again thank the board for this opportunity to speak. I know it's a long day, but I do want to just make sure that I can, you know, thank you all for the time. And on that note, I just want to elevate one more thing that is so important is right now in Imperial County, as you all know, right, there is some governor elections that are coming up. And right now, what we're experiencing is we're struggling with getting candidates from the governor race to come down to Imperial County and Coachella Valley to go and visit us, talk to us, to see, hey, what are your issues? What can we help you with when we get elected, or what's going on? You know, ultimately, you know, that's something that we want to ensure that we can create these opportunities to learn from our potential future elected officials. And we didn't get a response. We didn't get a response from anybody to go out there and talk to us. And so from feeling like literally the abandoned Imperial County and being literally the last county before we transitioned on over to Arizona, it was just so unfortunate that we didn't really have individuals that wanted to come down and talk to us about, you know, what are some of the issues that matter to us. And so it's important for folks that are running to make the time and the space to go out and visit us and to really conversate with the community. And so I think, to me, you know, from the perspective of a person that votes, it's so hard to choose somebody that's going to be completely responsible for how the next 4 years go. And truly a big concern and a big red flag because of the Salton Sea and how important it is. As you know, Joe stated today, you know, the allocation of funding through Governor Newsom and his ambitions to prioritize this as something. And so I just want to ensure that I elevate that in this space. But with that, I'll hand it back to you all. Thank you so much for the time and the space.
Well, thank you all for that excellent panel, and just really appreciate you sharing where you have seen progress, where you haven't seen progress, providing constructive criticism and suggestions, just really appreciated. And while also want to acknowledge, just thank you for being here today. I know that we like to come and visit you, and each one of us have been to the Salton Sea several times. We've had many of these check-in workshops actually in your community. So we don't like it when they're in Sacramento, but sometimes it just has to turn out that way because of travel and schedule. So thank you very much for taking the time. And for the two that chimed in remotely, thank you as well. We're going to open it up for some questions now. So I would like to turn to my colleagues to see if anyone has any questions. Okay, well, I would like to follow up a little bit more on air quality. That was something that I used to serve on the Air Resources Board, so that's a big issue for me, and absolutely understand your concern about public health and your family and your child. And so that's really understandable, and I appreciate that right here in real time, you saw a link and you looked into it and you saw how confusing it can be. So just would like to, and I'm sure the answer is yes, but we had requested for water quality and for air quality that the program team do a little more work on that and report back to us next year on that, and to see about what improvements can be made just to gather information more efficiently, more effectively, and I think we can add to that request in an easy to understand format. And so just would like to see if you'd be willing to participate, you know, with the team on how to improve information gathering and dissemination.
Vice Chair, I accept. I would love the opportunity to contribute to that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then I'll just say also, having been in government my whole life, we pull up documents frequently and we read through and say, what does this mean? And so it's just, I think that clearly I have seen the materials, they've really improved. I think that years ago, Board Member McGuire mentioned earlier, just how are we going to get there? You know, and it didn't even feel like we necessarily had a strategy, an approach, and the PowerPoints that we saw, they just went on and on. And so it's really, I do appreciate that things have gotten way more targeted interpretation services, but we can always improve. And so thank you very much for that reminder. Did you have something to add, Mr. Olmedo?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did want to give credit to Salton Sea Secretary Joe Shea, because these have been the conversations that at least I know I've been reached out about it, and there is existing community scientifically engineered, actually the largest air monitoring network that is scientifically engineered and actually initially funded through the National Institutes of Health. It's still been there collecting data since 2015. We operate it, we maintain it, and we maintained it at an optimal condition since 2015. This data is there and it's available, and we can tell the whole story from 2015 all the way to now and into the future. And so these are conversations that are happening right now. It's not the whole picture, but it is a picture. But I do want to make the connection that it was that monitoring and the fact that the state of California did not consider that type of monitoring other than the federal Clean Air Act monitoring. That was the impetus for the AB 617. It started there. That's why Imperial was the first community to be one of the first 3 communities to be an AB 617 community, right? And so I just wanted to make that connection. There's a lot of community science happening and I want to just put a special emphasis on the nonprofits. The nonprofits are doing a lot of work. They're not caught up in the bureaucracy and the politics. Nonprofits are the closest to the community, working with community. The nonprofits that you heard today, they're in the neighborhoods, they're with the community, and they're doing the work that is not being necessarily done at a fast pace, through the government. And so I would encourage the Water Board, CNRA, and any other agency to take full advantage of these nonprofits that are there to be able to carry out some of these and fill some of these gaps that aren't being filled fast enough through the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, without any other questions, then, Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. Just want to thank you for being here, for being online and lending your voices to this discussion. They are critical, needed as we continue to move forward. That's just really, thank you. You're representing yourselves, your community, your families, and really bringing just that truth forward of how what's happening is impacting you. And so it's just very much so needed for the discussion. So I just really want to thank you for coming and being here and, sharing your lived experiences. It's not always an easy thing to do. And, your continued involvement within the sea and improving the quality of life is, I cannot express how meaningful it is and how grateful I am for you coming here and not just with us, but also working with our sister agencies to continue to make sure that the voices of those that are most impacted are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Morgan. All right, Board Member Firestone.
I'll echo the thanks. It's great to see you both in person and great to get participation online. And I also just want to recognize that there have been so many meetings in May. And so I do think that, I was down at the Salton Sea Conservancy meeting and there was good community participation. I know I personally feel like the fact that there isn't as many individuals calling in and participating here. Obviously, it has to do with being in Sacramento rather than in the Valley. But also, I think it's a reflection that there's been a lot of really good engagement earlier on regularly and early, and definitely this month a lot locally by the Salton Sea program and really responding to input, not just kind of having a checkbox. So certainly there's more we can do or that everyone needs to do. I think, each of you are amazing leaders and the organizations are vital to the communities, and I'm really appreciative of you representing that here today. And I just appreciate all of the time and expertise, not just today, but throughout the year and the program.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. All right, well, we'll be hearing from you, I'm sure, as we progress. So thank you again. All right, we're going to now turn to the last portion of our agenda, and that is public comment. We do have a few more that have added on. So we'll start with, we have a total of 4 commenters, starting with Michael Cohen, representing the Pacific Institute.
Thanks very much. Just want to check to see if you can hear me.
Just a second. We're not able to quite hear you. Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Barely. Can you maybe turn up your volume?
Is this better?
Yes. There we go. Thank you.
Not such a great mic. So thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. I really appreciate your continued oversight and holding the CNRA accountable for this. I think it's a critical function for government to understand where the money is going, where the projects are, and this transparency function I think is really helpful for people to understand, and helpful I think for the Resources Agency to focus their efforts and help get some of that information out. I also want to really applaud and congratulate the Resources Agency for their extended or expanded commitment to transparency. We've really seen a major shift in the past several years to these additional workshops and meetings. Previously, I think everything was focused through this particular State Water Board workshop. And by providing multiple outlets, I think it's reduced the pressure on the board. So all that's to the good. Curious, there was some mention made earlier about 2 more years for this workshop. And I'm wondering, there's that under the current stipulated order, there'll be a workshop in 2029. So maybe not loading you guys on with 3 more, but another 29 workshop. Just want to flag that. Couple points. One, we've heard a lot about new science and a much broader understanding of some of the public health threats at the Salton Sea. There's between UC Riverside, Loma Linda University, UCLA, USC, and UC Irvine, a lot of research going on into public health threats and air quality, and in fact Scripps as well. So all that new information is pointing to the fact that it's not just PM10 emissions coming off Salton Sea Playa. There's a lot of emissions coming from surrounding deserts, but a host of other contributing factors. And Vice Chair, I was particularly interested, and probably should have known this before, that your previous position on CARB. Curious how we can start to coordinate some of the air quality or public health protections between the different agencies. And I think we've heard a lot about some frustration from locals, from the state agencies themselves, about whose authority it is and how some agencies are being expected to shoulder the burden for other agencies. So how we can get a greater coordination between the state agencies and local agencies and potentially some federal agencies to coordinate efforts to really protect public health. Because at the end of the day, the dust suppression acreage, the milestones, was in an effort to protect public health, and really we shouldn't lose the forest for the trees here, and figuring out a way to bring the different agencies together. And maybe there's an opportunity for the Resources Agency and the State Water Board to go to the governor's office and request some revitalization of the old Salton Sea Task Force to figure out a way to really address and coordinate operations between the many different jurisdictions to really optimize public health protections at the Salton Sea and in the region generally. And then my final point really is to look at board jurisdiction. So this workshop is particularly focused on the stipulated order, but the board has jurisdiction over the Salton Sea from a number of different functions. There's the water transfer and the board's continuing jurisdiction over the QSA. There's the QSA JPA, and the JPA parties submit annual reports to the State Water Board, but we haven't heard so much about how those different efforts are coordinated. We heard a little bit about how some of the priority areas, the priority dust emitting areas, are being now handed off to the SSMP, but greater transparency on what the projects are being completed by the QSA JPA and how those help complement or support the state's efforts at the Salton Sea, I think would be helpful. And perhaps when we're starting to talk about or thinking about a successor agreement, maybe there's some way that in the successor agreement it brings together the multiple agencies that are working on Salton Sea efforts to act in a coordinated fashion and have some kind of coordinated reporting function back to you, to the board, rather than having locals and NGOs and others trying to track down multiple information streams to figure out what's happening, who's doing what, and how much money is being spent. Also, we'll be coming to the board at some point in the near future as the Coachella Valley Water District's water recycling plant 4. I think they initially petitioned the board to permit that back in 2017, immediately after the stipulated order. They just approved a phase 1 project for that, which of course is a flag for those of us interested in projects at the north end of the Salton Sea, because it's the water that would be treated by the recycling plant otherwise potentially could support a North Lake or some kind of open water project at the north end of the Salton Sea. So bringing that into this conversation as well, I think could be helpful. And then finally, the idea of these Colorado River negotiations. Ms. Shields mentioned that at the beginning, at the outset of today's workshop. Of course, the Colorado River contractors always push back on the board's jurisdiction or authority over water transfers or not taking water, which is a slightly different concept. But if there's more water moving around the system, we've heard recently that San Diego, because they've been so efficient in water conservation efforts, that they're trying to offload some of their desal water to potentially to Arizona. So as more innovative water transfers move forward, there's an opportunity for the board to weigh in and for the board to potentially impose some kind of volumetric assessment, some kind of volumetric fee to support ongoing operations and maintenance costs at the Salton Sea. So I feel bad years later that we didn't really push for that back when the QSA was negotiated, because literally 23 years now of QSA transfers, some kind of volumetric assessment on that could have really supported long-term O&M. But moving forward, I'm hopefully flagging that we shouldn't miss that opportunity again, that we should learn from certainly my past mistake of not pushing for a volumetric assessment on water transfers, particularly those that affect the Salton Sea. So as Colorado River negotiations move forward, as potentially the Colorado River contractors that otherwise contribute water to the Salton Sea look at some kind of compensation packages from the federal government or others to reduce their use, there potentially could be some role for the state board to review that and potentially, again, to assess some kind of fee, as we've heard from some of the previous panelists, to ensure that that additional exposure at the Salton Sea is compensated. And potentially there's, again, some kind of volumetric assessment on that. And then finally, again, just to thank you for thinking about the successor agreement and what kind of parties should be moving that forward. The last time it was a stipulated order that a number of different organizations and groups came together and essentially submitted or stipulated this order, and then the board reviewed and approved it. Wondering if those same parties should start working independently, come up with some kind of successor agreement and bring that to you, or if you think at this stage it'd be more expeditious for the board to lead that process itself. So thank you again for the opportunity and for your continued work and oversight on the Salton Sea, and looking forward to seeing you all down at the Salton Sea next year.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Thank you for your leadership and for your very thoughtful comments. All right, next is Larissa Sinclair, Visit Salton Sea.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my last minute comment. My name is Larissa Sinclair. I live in North Shore near the Salton Sea, and this is my second year attending this particular workshop, and probably my 100th meeting related to the Salton Sea. I'm also not getting paid to be here as just a community member, but it's because those of you guys organizing and participating in these meetings are making really critical decisions. And far away from Salton Sea communities, including those in Imperial and Coachella Valley, there are neighbors, and about restoration plans, new projects, and water allocation. Most of you are getting paid for that, but the results and impacts from these efforts are literally showing up in my backyard. They show up in the air that my family and I breathe, and the air that's impacting the health of my neighbors and their children. They show up in whether I feel comfortable letting our dog Freddie get anywhere near the shoreline, and whether my family and friends feel comfortable enough to visit my house next to quote unquote California's toxic lake. About half of them don't. And they show up in the putrid smell that pervades our streets regularly, and our entire house after my husband has been down by the shoreline on a run. My husband is Iron Dad, by the way. That was a great presentation, babe. Anyway, I want to comment, what I want to comment today, I've commented before, but today it's less about the management that's been going on and more about funding going towards smarter long-term solutions to fix what matters most in this ecological disaster, which was also mentioned today, not an accident. Mr. Reyes just mentioned Lake Mead in the last panel, and today I'm actually joining you during my Vegas vacation. While I've been here, it's been about, I don't know, almost a week. I've talked with a lot of locals about the conservation measures Nevada has been taking regarding their own water issues in the Colorado River. Conversations mostly sparked by their confusion about where I live in California and why. What stands out to me, though, has been that Nevada has grown like crazy in the past couple of decades, and it continues to grow. And Las Vegas is known around the world for tourism and development, with roughly 40 million visitors each year. That is the approximate population of California. Yet Nevada still uses the smallest share of Colorado River water among the lower basin states. That is not an accident also. It's happening, what I've learned, is through enforceable conservation measures, incentives for water reuse, and a culture that discourages waste. Needless to say, I think California needs to be looking closely at that example, but with Salton Sea at the top of mind. Conservation doesn't need to mean less water coming into the sea, more exposed playa, and then more money spent trying to manage it. I understand that wetlands, habitat ponds, and the dust projects have a role. They're very important as well, but at this stage, that cannot be the whole vision. They are more and more looking to me like Band-Aids on a severed leg. The monitoring, too, has been frustrating. I know it's important, but adding more monitors around the sea or water quality study should not become a substitute for real action, nor be considered a milestone. As a local resident, I care about knowing how bad the air, I care less about knowing how bad the air quality is. I know it's bad. I don't care about what the current hydrogen sulfide level is in ppb, what WTF, or that I'm eligible for a free air filter. Funding should be more concentrated on fixing the underlying problem so our air is not dangerous in the first place. What I would like to see is more funding and strategy directed toward restoration solutions that will not only work in perpetuity, what I heard earlier, but also smarter funding models through greater local, state, and federal measures and accountability that will financially sustain these projects in perpetuity. That means using water conservation, reuse projects, transfers, and agricultural incentives to help fund solutions that directly improve water quality and air quality. For example, reducing polluted runoff before it reaches the sea, improving drainage, addressing salinity and brine management, supporting beneficial inflows where possible, creating incentives for farmers and districts that use water efficiently while also reducing harm to the sea. The water districts most connected to the Salton Sea and Colorado River, including IID, CVWD, Metropolitan, and San Diego County, you need to be part of this in a measurable way. If districts benefit from conservation, transfers, reuse, or infrastructure investments, then a portion of that value should return to the Salton Sea through restoration funding focused specifically on cleaner water strategies and air quality improvements. Please take more accountability for the consequences of your actions and ignorance. The Salton Sea needs to stop being treated as a place where California indefinitely manages the symptoms of this ecological disaster. It's a living, breathing place worthy of restoration with the funding, water strategy, better water strategy, and accountability to match. I'll end, as I always like to, by reminding everyone still listening and everyone involved with their work at the Salton Sea, and we're not just talking about a series of projects, budgets, studies, or a series of problems, however you want to look at it. This is our home, and one way or another, even if it's out of sight, it's in your backyard. Please come visit us more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair. Next is SAR Tide.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi again. Thank you for letting me speak again. I had some other things that I wanted to say after the Army Corps made their presentation. It was really nice to hear everybody speak, especially our community members. But as Patrick O'Dowd laid out, there are no successor agreements. There haven't been any successor agreements with anybody for the sea. And that hasn't just been with the sea. When I first got here, there was a strange phenomenon with everybody that lived around the sea that wasn't in Bombay Beach that like kind of didn't know that the sea exists. Even the people just right there in Coachella, they were like, "What? There's water there?" And it was just like I didn't understand how these people could live so close and still not know that the sea is right there. And I think it was because like a lot of people just, the older generation just kind of stopped talking about it. They just kind of gave up, and it reflected here in Bombay Beach too. The board members here that were passing away when I got here just slowly stopped doing things. They stopped doing things to recognize the sea. They stopped talking about it in a positive way. They were just moving through the motions and getting their jobs done on their board until they started passing away and new people started going on the board. And in that, you started to see the hope return to the sea and the hope return to the community. And in that hope, like I was even there to ask the board to reinstate the Harvest Fest, which Iron Dad showed everybody. That was one of the things that really restored a lot of the hope that people had in this community and in protecting the sea. They really felt like, because people began to start showing up again, that they had a chance to make actual change. But every time we hear like stuff from IID not wanting to give us an agreement about the water that will go into the sea, we kind of feel not hopeless, but like set back a little, because it doesn't make sense. How can they agree to give hyper data centers water or think about giving hyper data centers water before the sea? How can they think about giving the Lithium Valley people water before the sea? How can they be on the boards of all of these things that are for the sea, but actually not wanting to give or agree to give the water to the sea? And if we can, with the Army Corps, like they said, if we can require the money to have an agreement with them, I don't see why that shouldn't be in a successor agreement to require them to give the water to the sea. And like it really doesn't make sense. For the sand, I know for a fact, like I've lived in California most of my life. I know for a fact that sand on the coast of California is brought to California coast. And most of the California coast beaches are not sand, they are rocks. And the sand that is here could definitely be brought to those beaches in order to make less sand here and give those beaches sand for tourists. And if it was possible, I don't know if there's any of the plans. I didn't see it personally in any of the plans to put rocks here or gravel here, but I know for a fact that even in the pilot project at the north end of the sea, if you look at the ponds, they're lined on the outsides with rocks. But in all the mitigation projects, especially the one here in Bombay, there's just hay bales, there's no rocks, there's nothing to actually stop this thing I've seen personally. When you go down to the sea and there's a dust storm, there's a counter wind. There's a wind coming from the shoreline, pushing dust into the sea, and there's also a wind coming from inland of the sea that is pushing water towards the shoreline. So if there were rocks right there, then the swampiness, the way the water leaches into the soil, that would be mitigated. But I haven't seen that personally in any of the plans. But I have seen it at the pilot project. That would be like really nice if that was in something in any of the plans, if it could be. So it would really help. And the last thing I wanted
Thank you.
to mention,
Oh, go ahead. Thank you for your additional thoughts. You had,
yeah,
I cut you off. You had one more thing?
the last thing I wanted to mention was the Army Corps, they kept mentioning, or you guys kept mentioning this settlers of the sea, California Sea, consequences of colonialism. He was misquoting it. The thing says, it's the toxic intersection of indigenous disposition, racial capitalism, and ecological degradation.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, the last speaker that we have, commenter, is Ramona Swenson with Ecological Science Associates. Not on the platform. Okay. No others then. Just checking. Okay. All right. That wraps things up. Now, I know we've had a lot of dialogue amongst ourselves already, but just checking to see if anybody has any closing comments.
Maybe I'll just, echo thanks to everyone. And maybe just my thought here is that, I think there's an opportunity to look at how we might over the next year and as the new administration starts, to how we might think about, does it make sense, as I said before, but just to flesh out some additional ideas. Does it make sense to amend our current stipulated order to think about a future extension? How can we bring parties together, or how can the parties bring themselves together to be able to have those discussions and think about how best to complement the work going on at the federal government, but just really continue the momentum? What's the most efficient and effective way of doing that? And I think everyone's so busy, moving so fast, or moving as fast as they can, and that, I'm not sure who the right conveners are. Obviously, the Salton Sea program has been an amazing convener, but I do just encourage everyone to keep thinking about that, what makes the most sense, what's appropriate for our role and sort of the future of this stipulated order. And there'll be more discussion in future years. And as I think the vice chair already said, really appreciative of our staff, Stephanie, and Division of Water Rights for continuing to stay involved and follow this. And then in particular for the Regional Water Board, and your leadership around water quality, as we said, as Board Member McGuire said, we see that progress on water quality throughout the year. Yesterday, I got to see some of that, and appreciate the coordination going on. There's definitely continued work ahead, and appreciate the community's leadership. Just really great momentum, and look forward to continuing that and supporting that as we move forward.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I just want to share my thanks as well. Lots of really, really great input and comments and heartfelt perspectives on the status of the sea and the work ahead. So just thank you all, for those who were here in person, as well as those who joined us virtually. It's appreciated. I was taking notes. I have a lot of thoughts, which I don't have time to get into now. But I do want to say that, we did hear a lot about responsibility. And I think it's a difficult situation, because there's a lot of history here, and there's a lot of folks who and agencies who have been involved over many decades and have responsibility in different capacities for the challenges that we face, whether it's water quality issues, water supply, air quality, and so on. But I think from our perspective, we oversee water quality, but we also oversee water rights. And the impetus for this whole process was the QSA and the original approval of the IID transfer. And so, and just thinking about the next iteration of whatever carries forward after the 10-year plan is over, and including the approval of IID's transfer, I just want to flag an opportunity maybe for all of us to get a little bit better educated on what that JPA includes, kind of where it currently stands and what the status is. And I'm looking over at water rights staff right now, and maybe you don't have to, I'm not asking you to come up, but for a future briefing, perhaps we could get into that a little bit more. And I appreciated Ms. Shields being here this morning as well and participating in the hearing. And would also just like to offer to IAD directly if they would like to meet at some point to have further conversations about where they feel things are in terms of implementation. That would be very much appreciated. And I think I'll close it at that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So I agree with what you both just said. And so I just have a couple of additional thoughts on that. In particular, just want to thank Mr. Cohen for, he always has really good ideas. And so I think he did a good job, kind of reminding us about the QSA and the need to coordinate. We're really at a transition, not just with administrations, but also getting close to the 10-year period, getting close to some federal involvement. And so we're kind of at this, you get on the freeway and trying to figure out which way to go. There's multiple options. And so I think this really cries out for, some brainstorming and figuring out what makes the most sense. There was a lot of talk about the need to do some better coordination, efficiencies, opportunities for efficiencies, and to have things, maybe better integrated, being more cost effective. So I think that as we consider, a successor agreement, how to coordinate with the QSA, also with the water supply issues, that's just an opportunity to think about all of these things. And we could load you up with lots of tasks, but rather than doing that here, I think it's best for you all to, meet and then follow up with us in some briefings in between now and the time that, we come back next year. And then a final thought on air quality. We've been through this a lot with what's going on in Mexico with the transboundary issues. And I think that looking into what role U.S. EPA could play on this, as well as the California Air Resources Board and the local districts. So I don't blame the communities at all for having this issue be elevated. I really appreciate what one of the commenters made, I think it was Mr. Reyes, about opening with public health and not with, we're driven by water quality. That's our mission, and also protection of the species. But of course, we're a public health agency, especially on drinking water. But we have a very effective sister agency that I think it's time to bring them in. We did several years back have an entire panel on air quality. And so I think it's time to bring that group together, but also the missing entity was US EPA. So looking at what role they could play. I just looked it up while I was here. I know that there's an opportunity for between air districts where one air district is overwhelmed from transported pollution coming from another district. And so there's, opportunities and additional levers that the state and federal government have for that. But there's also perhaps, maybe it's more in the coaxing mode, but there's a border program that I think we should look into, US EPA's border program, and see what we can do to bring in an additional party as we look for solutions on air quality. So with that, thank you all again for the really productive day, and we look forward to further discussions. Thank you.